Good game.
I love a good game, but if you're a Raiders fan, you haven't seen many of them lately. That's the truth. I thought you might appreciate that, and give that a read real quick if you want. We get going.
Okay, so we're live, and then
Okay.
we're gonna just,
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. We are here for our budget finality for the 2026 budget. We have a quorum, 2 commissioners in the House with our administrator, our clerk of the board. At this time, I'll call the meeting to order and ask everybody to please rise and join in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Danzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yes, this is our budget week. By the end of the week, we have to pass all the appropriate paperwork that goes along with our budget, as well as the budget itself. I had a couple of notes that I wanted to go over before turning it over to Mr. Anderson, who's been incredible to work with. And part of doing this, I also reviewed your budget adoption last year. And one of the things that Eric Johnson had spoken of has come to fruition. Actually, a couple of things have. Number one, revenue. When he was talking about revenue last year, he spoke that the revenue that we have in certain circumstances can be volatile, and that's in two main areas that we've seen and talked about ad nauseum this year. The first one, well, obviously, is the sales tax revenue and the declining sales tax revenue figures that we're seeing. And the other is interest income, the income that we derive out of our investments. And because there are so much that is out of our hands with those sources of revenue, you've got to be careful on balancing budgets forever, utilizing those revenues. I think we get away from that here. I think we try to make it less about balancing the budget with ending cash, and also without having to do too many gimmicky type things to pass the budget. However, I also have a couple of opinions and comments that I'd like to make on the expenditure side. The big one that there's two that, as you well know and are very familiar with at this point, that kind of popped out of nowhere was the first being a 55% increase, about $700,000 increase to our liability insurance that we just certainly didn't budget for that. We had budgeted, for some of an increase, but not, a 55%, $700,000 increase. The other thing that I would just I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't tell you, would be to keep your eye on the Office of Public Defense. And we've already seen that we've had to do transfers there and the mandates. I think it's worth our while, that the mandates that were prescribed by the state Supreme Court. I think it's worth our while to take Mr. Ziegler's advice and sit down with judges, the prosecuting attorney's office, talk about some sort of a way that we can work our way through this, because there is not a county in existence that's going to be able to survive the OPD mandates if they're met in their entirety over the next 10 years. So that's something. And then you already know this, you gentlemen are both businessmen, and Commissioner Mullen is as well, but labor costs. The number one cost of doing business, whether it's this organization or most organization, are labor costs. It's our biggest expenditure in the current expense fund. We've worked over the last 2 years to try to work down on one portion of the labor cost, which is the medical benefit, the supplemental medical benefit. The two areas that you spend on in labor is obviously salaries and benefits. And so those are the ones that eat up the most of the current, all budgets, but the current expense budget for sure. And then a couple other comments, just parting comments here, and then I'll turn it over to Tim. I know that you're wanting to get down to the brass taxes here. But having COLAs funded from independent budgets, I think, again, would be a worthwhile venture. And then when we get to the point of talking about, when we are asking you for direction, it'll just be, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to start looking at certain areas? Do you want us to, make cuts in certain areas? Do you want us to put off certain projects until later on down the road? It'll be kind of you telling us what you think we need to do to be able to balance this budget. With that being said, the way that I read it, we're at a $812,995 deficit right now, $812,995. We have between now and the end of this week to be able to rectify that. And then we've got the four minimum documents that we have to pass in conjunction with implementing the budget. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Tim Anderson with the auditor's office.
And I don't know if I know before you have the taxing districts. I don't know if that's something that you want to get out of the way. First off, just since it's everything else, pretty much everything else will be current expense related.
Get the easy stuff first, kind of.
Yeah, this will be low-hanging fruit, and I appreciate that, Tim. Thank you.
I just don't want to end up forgetting it.
No, I
Since it has to be
appreciate
done
that.
today.
This is a taxes levied by taxing districts boards. It'll be in the form of a motion for the chairman's signature to sign off on this, but here is that letter, and this is the letter that goes to our county assessor, John Rosenau.
We've got it, each got one.
Okay. And so again, I think if we just did a simple motion on it, you'd be good to have that in the minutes.
So question? Fire District 1, Fire District 2, Fire District 3. Why a 2,600,000 on Fire District 3, or almost 2,700,000 on Fire District 3? Why so big on Fire District 3?
So I believe it's because Fire District 3 serves all of the donut holes and the area that's most densely populated. I don't know if somebody else has a...
Port Pasco, 4,600,000. And there was just an article in the paper that they're out buying farm ground, trying to make deals, driving up our assessments and our farm ground out there. I have a question on the Port of Pasco and their taxation of 4,600,000.
Yeah, Fire 3's for 2025 is 2.8 million, and it's mostly property taxes what they collect. But this looks.
It is, the Fire District 3 is located in the city limits.
I do believe so. I think it's the biggest. It is the biggest of the fire districts, I believe, for the.
And they're the ones that have the fire engine inside the building.
That I'm not 100% positive.
They're the one there on Clark Road, right beside
Yeah.
the Clark Addition.
Oh, that's Fire District 3 out there by Clark Addition.
So they basically go from north of that all the way to the river. Port of Colotus. Did they just didn't get anything done in time, or I guess I wasn't even aware that Colotus had a port.
Do you want me to answer that, Mr. Commissioner?
Sure.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. My understanding is that it's basically defunct, and that there's no activity, no commissioners, no activity.
So I share some of the concerns of my fellow commissioner about the Port of Pasco, and would love to know kind of what their plan is. The expenses that or what they're spending and buying farmland. I'd love to have an understanding of where they're going and what their plans are. Is this in alignment with last year's collection?
Looks like I don't have the Port Pasco one in front of
I
me.
don't remember seeing them last year. The Fire District 1 is down on Court Street, correct? What street are they on, Fire District 1? And I just, for the life of me, Fire District 3 would overlap Fire District 1 then if they're going clear to the
It's
river.
not even one that we do a budget for. It's a treasurer's office driven fund.
And do we have to get this out of the way today? Because I'd like Commissioner Mullins' input on this also.
My understanding is that that these have to be done on the first Monday of December.
Could we ask for Mr. Rosenoff for some clarity on some of these? To show up?
That's, yeah, absolutely.
We're talking about some pretty big numbers here, and I know people are struggling. Property taxes is involved in this, correct? This is what we're talking about, is property taxes.
Yeah, the kind of the deal is that it's these special districts these are all like voter approved, so we don't really have very much of a say. And most, I think that's what you're going to hear from the assessor.
So these are only taxed, this amount of money is only coming from that area? Not
Yes,
from the
that's
greater
right.
large Franklin
That's what
County?
we're levying on behalf of them. So like, for example, that's what they're you read it right here. We certify the respective taxes levied by the board of the following taxing districts within the coextensive, within or coextensive with Franklin County for collection 2026 as reflected in the certifications from each district. So they've certified to us that this is the amount that they're wishing to, that they are collecting, and this is our part of the job of passing the budget is certifying these levy rates and the levy amounts to the assessor.
And the Port Pasco would be the greater whole Franklin County area?
Without having that, like I said, Tim and I were talking here, that's kind of usually one that the treasurer, I believe, deals with mainly, but I think we'd be better off just getting the information from the assessor at this
Yeah.
point.
I mean, here's 2025 for Port Pasco, just the amount they're collecting and stuff. But I mean, I don't know how much I'd want to,
There he is.
it's not a standard budget type document. So, I mean, there's property tax of $2.9 million and stuff, but
So,
would
John, I
be
think we already had
comfortable
the
speaking
one
too much on
question answered. These taxing districts, Fire District 3 is quite alarmingly a lot larger than the rest of the districts, but that is because the voters of that district have approved this,
Let me look here and see, because I haven't seen all of these.
2.6.
Well, Fire District 3 is way, way bigger fire district than the other fire districts.
But
That's the one close here.
my
yeah.
question is, the people have approved this in Fire District 3 to pay that amount of money. Or is this the greater county?
This is their standard with a 1%. Voters did not pass Fire 3 last year, year before. Fire 1 just got passed. Fire District 1 just got passed.
How are we approving this if the voters haven't approved it themselves?
Well, they're allowed, just like you, their standard budget plus 1%.
Right? So this was their standard budget year after year?
Should be. I mean, I haven't verified those numbers. Once you guys certify to us, then we go in and make sure that they're not over-requesting.
Okay.
And Commissioner, most districts over-request a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
To make sure they get what they need. Then we go in and we make sure that they're not exceeding their statutory limits.
So my
So
question-
we put the brakes on them if that's the
So
case.
my question to you then on Fire District 3, that amount of money is only coming out of that district to pay for that?
Correct.
Okay?
Yep.
And the voters approved that at one time with the 1% increase.
Well, yes, they approved the original levy rate.
Okay.
That levy will change based on assessed values.
Yep.
Now, the most recent ones, they've rejected the last couple requests out there.
Yeah.
So this is off of the way many years ago original, correct?
Now, let's talk about the Port of Pasco.
Okay?
Is that coming from the greater Franklin County area, every resident?
Almost every. Now, there's parts of the Port of Colotus that is outside of the Port of
Right.
Pasco, but
Right.
Port of Pasco is majority of Franklin County, correct? And that's off of what originally was set up and approved by the voters originally.
So it'd be up to the voters whether or not they want to continue this, seeing that they're out there buying farmland, driving up our valuations and our tax levy rates.
Well, the actual levy rates have been decreasing because of the current use versus market value. The assessed value is still down.
Yeah, well-
You know, just like a couple weeks ago, you mentioned the 9,500. You don't want that in this county because you're only at 6,500 right now.
Well, that's because the valuations went up so high it drove down the levy rate.
Correct.
Yeah.
But even that current use value is only at 6,500, where you'd mentioned 9,500 a couple weeks ago. So I just want to clarify, it's actually under that.
Again,
Yeah.
it is only because the evaluation of our property went up so high.
No, that's current use. That's different than valuation of the property. Current use assessments are different. They're not based off a market sale price. They're not based off of that. They're based off of commodities and rental prices, yields, all of that. There's several factors. And that's why instead of it being at like 19,000 acre, it's at 6,500 for current use values for assessed purposes.
Yes,
It's considerably less.
that's
but
current
yeah.
use, yes, that's
Yeah.
farmland. You have to.
Right.
You have to show your paperwork on what you've raised and what you've, yeah. You
Yeah,
have to
anything
prove
over,
that you're farming.
anything 20 acres or more is assumed if they're farming, but that's correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I found the fire district maps. So Fire District 1 is the area surrounding Connell. Fire District 2 is the area surrounding Colotus. Fire District 4 is on is basically the Reach, up against the Reach and Hanford. Fire District 5,
Kind of in the middle,
kind of in the middle.
yeah.
Kind of a narrow one that goes out and touches the Reach. Fire District 3 goes from, let me see what road, they don't show the roads out here. It looks like almost Sagemore, all the way, kind of a straight line all the way across the county from the
and
Snake
south.
to the Columbia, and then all of the donut holes down in Pasco.
Correct. It's the largest of all the fire districts.
So they're responsible for the donut holes.
Well, donut holes are in the county, so
Yeah, I
they are,
know.
correct.
I know.
Yep.
But it's
They are.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah, Clark Addition, donut holes, everything out to PK Highway, Juniper Dunes, that's all Fire 3.
So if there's a fire in a donut hole, the fire operation in Pasco would not respond. It would be Fire District
Well, my understanding
3.
is they have mutual aid. I have a relation that happens to work for the fire department, so Pasco would respond rapidly so it doesn't spread. And they usually beat Fire 3 to some of them, but Fire 3 is responsible and rolls in. So, but they've got a good mutual aid with the city.
I think you're dead on accurate with the mutual aid agreements.
It is, it's a very, very good agreement, and they do quite a good job.
Okay.
It good Thanksgiving?
But this,
Had a good one.
but this is what's killing these
Yep.
guys, is they gotta
I'm
transfer.
still recovering and
We
want a
have
nap from
we
it.
have a fire station.
I had only one too many leftover turkey sandwiches.
Oh, I've been eating it for 3 days.
Only had one too many.
The man's
Yeah,
station.
yeah. 3 days of turkey sandwiches and pumpkin pie and apple pie and, yeah, all that stuff. Yep. Yeah, it was very, very good. You will see, of course, on Fire One, that's the one that did pass. Fire
Yes.
One did pass their levy.
Yep.
And so that's why it's considerably higher than what had been. And then Hospital District One passed their increase here, 3 years ago? And so that's why they went from 300 and some thousand up into the 900,000s from that voter approved.
So who approves the school districts? So here it just says it's for
The schools
information.
do
only.
that. They're under certain criteria, either by student or based upon their budget. And then you've got the state school 1 and 2. That's the legislature deals with that. And then you've got the local schools, and they're based on their budget. And they have to either hold to a certain budget amount based on their budget and an increase and or students. And they've never, ever hit the max on the students. So they've always done their budget piece of it. Now, like I said, almost every district puts down slightly more than they probably are allowed to have to give it to you to certify. We then go through every one of these right to the penny and make sure they are not exceeding their statutory limits of what they can do. And that's part of the responsibility of my office. We're statutorily responsible to see to it that that does not increase the levy rates where it's not statutorily allowed or affect the levy rate. So
So John, let me ask you this, if the taxpayers are looking at this and they want to reevaluate, say, the Port of Pasco, how would they go about that? Would they get a
elect a
petition?
new board for the port to change their budget. The port commissioners would approve their budget, and they would have to elect new port commissioners to request less in their budget.
Yeah,
Or
a petition?
by statutory, the commissioners have some authority to not give all the money they're requesting. Now, you can do that, and I've got a letter from the Department of Revenue that says you can do it. They do not know of any case where it's ever been done, but you've got that authority to do it, to where you could turn around and say, Clotus, we're not going to give you, well, they're asking for nothing, but the port, let's see, what's the city? City of Clotus asking for $14,193, and you could say, sorry, we're only going to give you $14,000. You can do that. You can do it for the city of Pasco, Mesa, Connell. You can do it for the port. You can do it for any of them. I cannot tell you what the legal ramification or fallout would be from that. That you'd need to check with your council, but Department of Revenue gives you that authority as the legislative body for the county. Can't do it for schools. Can't do it for anything voted in, like Fire One was just voted in. You can't change that a bit. Anything that's past the initial vote-in period, on most of these fire districts, hospital districts, you have control over what you certify to my office. If you certify a less amount, that is all we're going to allow them to get tax-wise.
Do you have a copy of what we're looking at?
Yes. Well, I believe that's what I was.
Yeah,
handed.
that's what we're looking
Yes. Yep.
I'm looking at all of these items 1 through 14, and all of them are uneven numbers, with one exception. That's the Port of Pasco. Theirs is just a rounded number. Is that just they just do it that way, and everybody else does the 1%, or?
That's how, whatever they vote in, their board votes it in, and that's what they submit to you in their request and their budget. If they're asking for $4,600,000, if they are only allowed $4,592,076, that's what we will hold them to. But our office hasn't calculated the absolute minimums because we don't know what they're requesting. They can request less than what they're legally allowed to have. And then they get the lesser of what they're legally allowed to have, or they request. Whichever is the lesser amount, that's what we will turn around and use for levy.
Question for you. This is more educating myself.
That's fine.
Pasco School District, 34.13
Yeah.
million.
Right.
They have a annual budget of between 330 and 360 million.
That's my
The
understanding.
rest of that comes from where?
Well, mostly the state.
So that would
Where
come
it
out
comes
of,
from.
that would
Now,
come from property.
we
ta-
have
or
state
from-
1 and 2 that is in addition to this Pasco School District. There's state 1 and 2 that our county pays taxes on. But even those two and the Pasco one doesn't amount to their budget. So what all the legislature, and Brian could probably answer this way better than me, whatever the legislature has allowed the schools to get and whatever they have through the, I believe, the state
So that-
superintendent's office, whatever they allocate
so
to
that
the
would
different
come
local
from-
schools they get.
From the state's portion of the property tax and/or sales taxes.
Sales taxes, other taxes, fees, whatever they want to, I guess, take it from to give to the schools. So, yeah, I mean, if you turn around and say, okay, maybe there's $70 million collected for the Pasco School District, maybe 70 million total, counting state 1 and 2 and Pasco and all of that. Well, they get way more than that from the state to operate. Even though we feel it, I mean, our school, the taxes that we pay in this county to schools is around 72%. But that doesn't even come close to matching what their total budgets are. Yeah, their budgets are way higher.
So I see Star School District is 0. Do they have a school? Star at the very
Star,
bottom.
Star does not tax their people. They choose not to. They just get what the state gives them. They do not tax their people for school property tax. That's their choice out there, and they've done that for years. Just like the Port of Colotis doesn't tax. And that's their choice. Yeah.
Do they get funds, the ports, do they get funds from the state too?
I don't know if they get it from the state. They do get other funds. They've got some properties that they lease out and so forth out at Colotis, the Port of Colotis. So, I mean, I don't know
project-based.
all of their sources for their budgets. There might be something in their budget paperwork. If they submitted the budget paperwork, you might see where their receivables are.
The ports are usually, will get funding usually in the capital budget at certain times if there's a project that needs to be taken. But I'd like to just back up what Assessor Rosenau said. This is a pretty typical thing where my guess is, and I'm not wanting to speak for others, the 4.6 million they knew was going to be above just by a little bit, not by a ton or anything, so they rounded up. And then Assessor Rosenau's staff will go through and they'll check that and they'll see if they can legally go to that limit and they'll adjust them back down. And so that's what
Lesser thereof is all we will authorize.
yeah. Just kind of wanted, and then so it's hard on school to answer the school thing, and I'll tell you why. If you remember, if you're from the 1900s like I am, originally the schools were going to be funded by the state lottery.
I remember the 1990s. I remember the ads. I
Yeah.
remember,
Yeah, that
we were
was-
never going to have to worry about schools again because the lottery was going to pay for roads and schools.
Yep, that was going to be the deal, and then they just couldn't stick to it, and then the Supreme Court weighed in with the McCleary decision.
And that was a 4-year
Yeah.
huge issue
Yeah.
for 4 straight years on the McCleary.
That's right. And so I guess, Mike, I'm a little bit concerned. I think that moving forward, it won't hit us because we're what we're tasked with dealing with. But I think that they're going to be in another budget shortfall in Olympia for quite some time.
That's why they're considering a income tax. It's going to be up for a vote here this next
Well,
cycle.
and their sales tax increase in some areas backfired on them a little bit. They're going to be reconsidering and readjusting that on the sales tax that they applied that they said they didn't have the intention to apply that way.
Here's Port of Clotis's not even $20,000 budget for 2025 behind you, John.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
as
and
far
we
as
get
as
those
far as revenue they had,
Investment interest and miscellaneous
Yeah.
revenues, those are probably some rentals and leases, some property,
yeah,
things
but
like
not even $20,000 total
Yeah.
budget is what they.
So,
is
so
what
they
did.
never, in the time that I've been here, the 5 years I've been here, Star and the Port of Colotis have not levied. They didn't take any monies from the property tax people. And I think for many years prior to that.
And actually, here's 2026 what they submitted. interest, $4,500, rentals of another 24,000, and then.
I didn't have the
And then you
specifics,
see the
but I knew some of
spending.
it was rental or lease
Yeah.
that they received funds from.
They're mine.
Yeah.
I think that they're three different things. They came in three different.
So this has to be signed first and it has to be done today.
Well, here's the legalities of it is only what the commissioners certify to my office can I use for considering levy dollar or levy rates. So if you don't certify to my office today, none of these taxing entities, except for things like the schools and that are mandatory, the ones that you have control over,
Are on the right.
air districts and so
Yeah.
forth, get nothing. They get no money.
But the ones on the left are in the columns, the first column is mandatory, the second column is our approval.
I don't have two columns on mine. Oh, I see, yes, on the far right, gotcha.
Far
That's-
right.
That's how you're doing it, yes. Yeah, now, there's an exception to that. For instance, Fire District 1, that was voted in by the people.
Yep.
Just this year.
Okay.
That stands, okay? You can't diminish that amount even if you wanted to,
No.
because the people just voted it in this year. So,
Can I take a crack at this real quick?
Yes.
I think I can help.
Please.
So I think I know what you're looking for here, Mr. Commissioners, and and you correct me if you think I'm wrong, any of you, but I think what the kind of the check and balance here is that these are districts that have other legislative authorities themselves.
Right.
They're the legislative authority for their taxing district, and so it'd be kind of like stepping over, and saying to the people that work in whatever district you're talking about that, well, you don't know what's right for you, so we're going to budget you down to what we think is right for you. It would be pretty difficult to do that and be able to have any sort of accuracy just sitting here. If there's people that are upset with the port, if there's people that are upset with the Fire District 3, you know what I would tell them? That I would go talk to their representatives at the port and at Fire District 3. Their commissioners at the port and their commissioners at Fire District 3.
Is there, this is Freedom of Information Act, would there be anything wrong with putting this on our website so the voters can see what? I think we should be posting this on our website so the voters, because, I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening out there in the blocks. One of our biggest hay buyers, Anderson Hay, has filed Chapter 11. We are facing some very difficult times out there. And it's time that we start letting the people see where their tax money is going and how much of it is going to these areas. I think this would be beneficial for everybody to know.
and once you approve that, send it to us, that money has to be collected. And it's not collected based upon, it doesn't go up or down based on the assessed values. The assessed values just simply say we're distributing this amount to those properties. So, yeah. Now, once a city hits 300,000 population in one, once it hits over 300,000, they no longer have to submit to you.
City
So
of
the
Pasco.
bigger cities don't have to submit.
right.
They just send it straight to my office or the assessor's office. But when they're under 300,000 population, you get final legislative authority.
We're a third of the way there, or maybe a little bit more, so we got a ways to go before we get
Yeah,
300.
we got quite a ways to go.
Commissioner, I think it's a great idea. I think one of the biggest components of the budget process in general is transparency. So I think if you put that up there, and then if you have difficult decisions to make because of the nearly $700,000 increase to risk insurance, it'll serve as educational, but also you can show, hey, this is what we are dealing with here.
Well, and what alarms me is the article just came out in the Tri-City Herald about the port buying the farm ground out there for a land swap. And I guess the voters need to know that the port is driving up the land values out there for the
But
people.
not the assessed value for tax purposes.
No, but they're
Yeah,
offering more money for it than
But if you're
we
gonna
can make
replace-
it work for. I mean, when we
Yeah.
pencil something out, the price of our commodities right now,
Yeah.
we can't make $12,000 an acre
No,
work.
totally agree.
That's
totally
why
agree.
our open space is at what, 6,500 you said?
6,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's about, maybe they're to 8,000. We could make that work to buy ground. We can't compete in this
I
environment.
totally understand. A new person trying to start, if they didn't have, you couldn't do it.
And there's an old adage, if you're not growing, you're leaving.
Yeah.
So we're not growing.
Yep.
A lot of farmers are out there are not growing.
Yep.
They can't afford these land prices. And the port shouldn't be out there making deals and driving up our
Now, one of the things, though, just so you understand, our office takes some of those, are one-offs, and we do not calculate them in for market value. Our market value is set right now at 16.5, even though many of the places are selling all the way up into the low 20s.
I've heard sales up in the 30s.
Well, that in certain.
It's orchards,
yeah.
but these are orchards, and orchards
I'm
are
just talking
upside
about-
down too.
Yeah, straight, yeah. Well, and some of them are coming out, and we're going out and reviewing that and pulling them out so they don't have permanent crop taxation on them.
Do you know,
And I've been telling them, if you're pulling them out, you need to get a hold of our assessor
and
and
they
get
are.
reevaluated on your assessment.
Yep.
do you know what the port paid for that ground?
Roughly 23,000 an acre.
Yeah, we've seen a few
It's in
sales
the
in the
paper.
low
It's in the
20s.
Tri-City Herald. You can look it up and read it.
Yeah, we've seen a few in the low 20s. And that's for that.
Well, we've watched-
Some of the land out here that like the school district and some of those and developers bought was way higher than that.
That's my other-
Several million for.
My other beef is the teacher unions and the pension plans coming in here and buying land. Again, it's killing us. We can't compete, and now they're facing the consequences of having this land, but they use it as an investment, and they can shed it as fast as they buy it.
Yeah, we're not really in this county, though, really seeing sale transactions coming through with much of them.
I know.
But the fact that they would be willing to buy is making everybody else pay more, and somebody else may be
Yes.
buying it, but it's driven up because of the others that would get it. Yeah.
Well, there's not much we can do on this today. It's something we can be looking at down the road, but I think one thing we can do is put it on our website, let the taxpayers see what's going on. The article's out there about the port buying this ground. Let those commissioners hear from you.
Yeah, just so long as you certify something to my office today.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, because if you don't, they don't get any money.
yeah, that, I would agree with you, both gentlemen, and I think that, yes, I think you make all salient points, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to, I've heard it too from our farmers up north. I think that, again, the proper channel, and I think that this is, like my dad told me that like 90% of life is showing up.
Yeah.
I think it's time, it's maybe even past time for folks, if they really have these beliefs, to show up and let those folks in all the different areas know that they don't support that, and that we just can't have that going on, and that we have this growth. And I mean, one of the things that I was going to talk about here is one of the reasons, we just lived through the last 2 weeks why you want to have money in the road fund, right?
Yes.
Yeah, with those terrible fatalities and tragic events that took place, we're kind of outgrowing our infrastructure in the Tri-City area, just in general. I mean, and everybody knows it. We all look at it. Commissioner Mullen had some salient points the other day about another overpass over the river. And so I understand where you're coming from, and that's one of the things I think we got to keep in mind when we're talking about these budgets, is that not only what we're able to do and the services that we're able to provide, but I think we got to be honest too with the taxpayers, because we're slowing down. We plateaued on our sales tax revenue. That there might be a decline in some of the services if we have to make difficult choices. And the only reason we would be doing that is because you pass financial policies that kind of force our hand, that says, hey, you're going to put money aside in the reserve fund so that we don't get back here again someday.
Yes.
And then as it pertains to, I think where there's it's interesting watching this discussion take place, because I think you're both saying accurate things.
Yep.
Like you're talking about the county budget, and then what it means to the county and the revenue that's coming in, and what you're talking about is being a private enterprise and trying to make it work out in the free market, whatever's left of that when it comes to farming, right? And that's difficult right now. We've seen for dairies go down, and we've seen
And
all
let
these folks.
me emphasize on that. The dairies are going down because they're a co-op. Dairygold is a co-op. They're owned by the people that own the dairies. They built this, Port of Pasco was involved in that. They built this out here, And they weren't asking for checks from these dairymen. They were taking it out of their milk that
Correct.
they were delivering. They actually, and I,
But the cost overruns on the budgeting out there were huge.
and this, we got one sale out there that just happened. He's gone. The dairy's gone. Dairies are leaving the state of Washington because of the Department of Ecology, the attack on the water system. But here, and then one more thing I want to emphasize here is that we have these mandates coming from the state. And what do we hear from them time and time again? Well, you can just increase the taxes on your people and pay for it. No, we're not going to do that.
Yep.
We're not going to do that. We're not increasing the taxes on people that are hard pressed right now. And that's what they want us to do. They want us to keep taxing these people until they're out of business.
I totally agree with you, Commissioner. I'm not in favor of it at all. And it's not just like OPD or the courts. Every single elected office here has got state mandated
Yes.
statutory functions with no state funds coming in to support it. I mean, they keep adding more even into my office. Statutorily, we're required to do this, that, and the other thing. And every one of the offices are like that. Yep.
So my question, I guess, would be, we could set out here and just put Port of Pasco 3 million.
You
We
can.
could put it to the side 3 million. That's all we're going to approve.
You can do whatever you choose to do by a vote of the county commissioners.
Exactly. I'm just asking.
And only thing I would do is caution you to get some legal advice from it, okay? Because I'm not an attorney.
Well,
All
I
I know is whatever you certify to my office is the lesser thereof statutorily.
I'm just
is what
asking a
we
question.
use.
We could do this, which would set off a storm, a fury of questioning, which would rise the question of the ground being bought out there that was just in the Tri-City Herald, but the problem is nobody buys the Tri-City Herald anymore. It's not even in a paper form anymore. It's only electronic. Not a lot of people even seen that article to even know what's going on. And your aspect here is people stepping up. You realize we didn't have anybody even challenge these Port of Commissioners? Nobody even challenged them in a race. People are not engaged and they're not trying to help themselves. This is the problem. Everybody is just sitting back and they're allowing it to happen. And we got to fight. We've got a state that just wants to run everybody out of business and will be servants to the big state of Washington State. So my question is, do we want to reduce that and bring attention to this, or do we just sign off on it? And I only have one commissioner here I can ask.
So I've reached out to our PA's office and asked that Council Briggs come, and I'd like to ask him that question, because I'd like to know the answer to that. It appears to me that the biggest competition or the biggest obstacle to the farmers in Franklin County doing business is their own government, and that's not right. And so if I don't understand things correctly, I'd love to have a better understanding. But for the Port of Pasco to be the biggest competition to the development world, where that they are purchasing ground at a premium using taxpayer funds and retailing the results of their development efforts. I'm a developer. It's direct competition for me, so my own tax dollars are competing against me.
Yep.
And that doesn't seem right. My understanding of the purpose of a port to exist is to do the projects that are in the best interest of the community that individual projects can't afford to do. To put in the trunk line sewer, to put in the trunk line water, to put in that big road, to put in that interchange, to make it so that business can do business.
Yes.
There's no project, you know, in its individual self that can justify putting in a $40 million overpass interchange. But that's not what the Port of Pasco is doing. The Port of Pasco is purchasing ground. They're using taxpayers' dollars to develop that ground, and then they're retailing the ground. And in a lot of cases, going to the finished product.
Well, this ground is not going to be developed, it's going to be farmed. What they're using it as a land swap against
I
ground down
understand
here by the
that.
Ryman project, so that they can get that land to
But
develop.
when they, for instance, the Port of Pasco owns the Tri-Cities Airport, and I think that that's a valuable
Yes.
thing for them to do.
Yes.
But what they're also doing in some cases is they're building the hangar and then leasing the hangar. So there's no place for business to do business any longer. If the port's going to own the land, going to build the building, and going to lease the building, where does business come in?
There is a taxation on that, but it's not through the assessor's office then if the port owns the building and leases it out. If the port owns the land and lets somebody else build the building, then we assess that building, not the land, and we do get property taxation off of that. But there's a small thing that they fill out, the state, they do get some money to the county if they own the building and lease it out. It's pretty minimal, on it, just to let you know. It's
I don't want to.
less than the property tax would be.
Yeah, I don't want to be completely disparate to the port, but I would like to have a better understanding. I was put under immense pressure when I first became a commissioner because of my opposition to the .09 fund committee and some of the projects that they wanted to do. And I'm still in the same position today as I was then. It didn't make sense. One of the projects that they wanted the commissioners to sign off was to spend $5 million to develop 9.2 acres of property, of which 2 acres was private property. When I asked the question, what is the private property owner bringing to the table, they didn't answer my question. They just reduced the number by 2 acres, but didn't reduce the $5 million. And so, being a developer, I went and did what every good developer does. Not saying I'm a good developer, but you get your calculator out and you start taking this number divided by this number equals this number. And there was nowhere that I could get it to make sense. And so they were very frustrated with me to the point where they tried to pressure us into answering that. And I don't understand. And
Well, from a personal perspective, I can agree, commissioners, with what you're talking about. From my position as the elected assessor, I simply have to say, what you certify
Yep.
has to be done by midnight tonight to my
Right.
office and signed, and then we can use those numbers, because we only can use the numbers that are approved through state programs, elected by the people, or what you certify to us for the taxation assessment. So,
And John, I think you hit it on the nail head. You said it yourself just there a moment ago, that the government is buying this land and it can't be taxed when the port owns it or any other government entity owns it. Only when the private sector owns it can it be taxed.
Yeah.
And so as government grows and acquires more, less is taxed, which means puts a pressure on who's left to pay those
right, the
tax bills.
budgets are still the budgets, and it's just they have to be split up of a smaller piece of pie.
That's
Still
right.
pays that larger budget,
And so,
and that's an absolute fact.
and I thank you for your time. And I think we need to hear from our council before I
Yeah,
sign
please
this.
do. The Department of Revenue has sent me a letter saying that, yes.
It has to be done today.
The commissioners have, well, they also have the authority to, on certain things here, to reduce the amount that they're requesting. However,
We might be testing
there
that.
has not, they cannot tell me a time where that's ever been done, just
I
to
know.
let you know.
We may be
Okay.
testing the waters here. That's what I'm trying to warn you.
Well,
So
that's-
get ready for it.
You certify to me, that's what we will use in our office, or the lesser thereof. If they're legally not even allowed to have that much, we won't let them have that much.
All right.
Just so you know.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your time. Yeah, and we can move on and do other things here and come back to this.
yeah, that's my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that we just hold this,
Just for a little,
And
for a
then
bit in case. I
continue on, and
was in a meeting, or I would have been setting up here for this session. So when I got Teresa sent me the message, I'm sitting there in a meeting going, okay, I've got to go. I ran to your office instead of up here. I didn't read it quite right. So, I watched it, they're already in session.
Thank you.
yeah, I think that we should
Move
get
on.
get an answer and just move on until we can get an answer.
So Tim, you want to continue here?
Now, since we got that easy part out of the way.
What's not out of the way, Tim. We're
I was
still
going
gonna-
to say,
And-
didn't you say that was the easy
That
part?
was a joke.
And I was going to say, if everybody thinks, If everybody thinks that this budget talk is going to be easy, we've just started. This is going to be very difficult because 800 and, how much did he say?
812,995.
812, 995. No, this isn't going to be easy. It's going to be very grueling. So go ahead, Tim.
Just trying to give some levity to things. So on the screen, I've got the same handout that I gave you. I sent this to you last Wednesday as well, and kind of summarized where we're at with things. I had mentioned some of the big items on the table, and I can go through this. In as much detail as you want. I mean, I can go department by department so that, it's out there to the public, but then, feel free to stop me as I'm going along too. Just kind of a summary of where we're at. When we ended the workshops in October, we were at a deficit of $48,202. I've continued to update salaries and benefits, when there's vacancies that happen or things like that. As there's changes, if someone gets promoted, I add all that stuff into the budget. And so with that, and there's a few other miscellaneous things in there as well, such as property tax, and we got the numbers from the assessor's office. And so there was an increase of $199,000 in that. So with that being said, once all of this first tab is taken into account, we're at a surplus of a very momentary surplus of $147,168. And then I've been going through with Mr. Danzel here. We've been going through the list here that was submitted from departments, and and certainly there's yeses that are indicated in these columns, but certainly the commissioners can decide to flip a yes to a no and a no to a yes. That's certainly their purview. But as of this time, these yeses in this column are ultimately what's showing up to the $812,995 current deficit. And so I can just, like I mentioned, start going through each of the departments to kind of give a brief look of where we're at. So the first one on the list is the WSU Extension Agent. It was a $222,000 decrease to expenditures that they were requesting, and so that's added in there. And then in the assessor's office had $7,300 of increases. Those are all currently included. Those are all yeses.
Tim, before you go on, you said the WSU extension had a what decrease? How much? 200 and some odd thousand? WSU, the first one?
$222.
Oh, $222. Okay. I was going to say, how could they decrease
I
that
thought we
much?
were
Okay.
almost a quarter of the way to where we needed to get to.
No, $222. It's a big one. Auditor's office, there's a total of $1,980 in increases. And then there's also, and part of that is it actually would be a decrease other than there was a $5,000 grant that we were able to get through the Washington Finance Officers Association to pay for a part-time intern. And so it would be fully paid for, a temporary position, fully paid for by this $5,000 grant.
So again, can you go over the amount of the increase? Was a
$1,980.
$1,980. Okay. 1980. That was a good year. Okay. Then we got elections.
Elections has $8,350 of increases. Those are all included.
Okay.
Building department has $5,147 of a decrease. 5147 decrease. So that is included.
Okay.
And then on the planning side, there's a, so this one's kind of, it shows up as a $445,621 increase, but what's not shown on here is essentially all of the increase that there, so there's $66,000 listed of revenue increase. There's essentially everything that's happening in the planning department is paid for by some grants that,
Yes.
that are showing up. And if you go into Gravity, those grants are showing up in there that are fully paying for the items that you see here.
So
And
with the grant money, we're at a wash on the,
yes,
planning.
this is, yeah, if I remove the $445,000, $621 in expenditure, I'd also be removing $500,000 or so of revenue as well. And so, yeah, it's a net zero when you do that. But he's got some really big. I think I had seen there was a $500,000 grant he got approved for. I know he's had
Right.
He's had some really big projects ongoing in that. The next one down is actually a new department that's being talked about being added in, which Economic Development Department that would be, so there's $111,000 increased revenue that would be coming from the the .09 fund. And then there's only $61,000 expenditure increase shown here, but that's because there's another 50,289 that's in salaries and benefits, because a 30% of Wes's time would be charged to this as well. That's not showing on this sheet, but it's on the first tab essentially. And so that's the net effect is $0 to current expense, because the plan would be that all of the activity that happens within this department would be covered by the .09 fund.
okay.
Clerk had $7,190 of expenditure increase. That's all yes.
What'd you say, 7,000 what?
7,190.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Superior Court had $2,050 of increases. Public defense, now we're getting into some of the bigger ones here. So there is a $388,000 30 increase in expenditure here. There's also there's a transfer in that was added for $52,000 revenue that was not in the prelim budget. That's on here as well. So not everything. So this is the first department that not all of the requests are listed as yeses on this. So there were
The 52,000 was approved because we transferred that.
the $52,000 is a revenue. So
Yeah.
yes, it's a transfer from the mental health fund is what the plan would be. That was it was something that was in the 2025 budget, wasn't submitted in the 2026 prelim, and so I had added that back in. So Larry had submitted for so for Superior Court contracts, he had submitted a $650,000 increase, and currently only $325,000 is added to this budget right now. And I mean, I will caution, because we very well may need that whole amount. I guess the thought when I was talking to Mr. Danzel is that, hopefully we can get by with doing less. I don't know that we'll be able to, just because I think we've seen I think for this year, he had to do a very large increase to that Superior Court line as well. And so it very well could be that we have that same thing happen this year. I guess ultimately trying to be hopeful that it doesn't happen. This would be one of those that if the board wants, we can add in that full amount. So for this one, there was $391,000 that's listed as a no. There was $60,000 professional services, and then $325,000 for Superior Court contracts, and $6,500 miscellaneous professional services that are all currently listed as a no, and just trying to balance the budget essentially.
Yep.
City of Connell, $1,000. What? It's not in 24. It's not been spent in 25. What is that for?
I would have to, City of Connell. I'd have to look to see if there was, I can pull it up now to see if maybe there's been spending here more recently since then.
I'm assuming they're contracting with us for the Office of Public Defense for one of their defendants that qualifies for indigent defense.
Gentlemen, I'm trying to get an attorney.
I know. We're moving on. We're going through the budget. So we got till midnight tonight. People are used to government working through the night and passing bills in the middle of the night,
Yeah, I'm not seeing any
Pass it so
spending
then we
within
can
the
see
last.
what's in it.
We're gonna cut, and then they'll have to see what's in it.
It looks like it's something that's been budgeted for the last several years, and I don't see any spending within that time frame.
Okay, thanks.
It may be, yeah, it's probably one that had some historical costs that they've just kind of reserved it for if it comes up.
So 4115 miscellaneous professional services as opposed to 4100. So I'm just trying to think of how to ask the question that I'm trying to ask. If Larry tells us that we're going to need 650,000 and we cut that in half and said no, but believe that we are going to have to say yes later, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure how to ask the question that I'm trying to figure out how to ask. What?
I don't know if anything. I don't. It's a lot of these things are. They're in anticipation of stuff that are going to happen, but I don't know that they have. Larry could certainly speak to it better, but I don't know that they have a crystal ball to know exactly what's going to happen throughout the year and stuff. My caution is, yes, he's asking for $650,000. We did half, and we have money in contingency to cover some of those things, some of these types of things if they happen. They very well may need $650,000. They may need $800,000. It's tough to know. You can see some of the spending in previous years. In 2024, it was $1,082,000. Then in this was through this, I think was through September. It was at $924,000.
You're asking my question better than I could ask it. So it would appear to me that if we took the last 3 or 4 years, added them together, divided them by the number of years, and said that's our baseline plus 3% or whatever, and so we're $750,000 plus off of that with this $325,000 number. Well, but if you look at actual expenses, that's a pretty solid number to go off of.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say?
I think it does. I think we're being conservative and trying to not just allow all the funds to be spent, you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Where we're shorting possibly, but I think it could be pretty close. And then the nature of that whole thing is going to change so much depending on caseload and what we are able to have come out of our conversation with the courts. But something's got to give on that. As far as the budget purpose goes, I would support this because I think you want to try to control costs as much as possible.
Thank you.
Facilities, currently, there, none of the requests were, are listed as a yes at this point. And there were a lot of requests. There was a lot of miscellaneous repair and maintenance projects that they were wanting, and as well as some capital stuff. I think there may have been a vehicle in there. I can't remember for sure. I can pull that up if anyone desires, but
So
but there's some-
facilities is a wash, then it's just even?
correct. There's none of the requests that were requested
Well,
are
just the
are
bar
added in
dues.
there,
The bar dues. Oh, that's public defense, excuse me. All right,
including there was some requests for some regrades, and that is not currently listed as a yes.
okay.
Coroner, $4,678 of increased expenditures, as well as a $1,800 increase in revenue for a grant that they were receiving to pay for. It was paying for the full amount of, I think it was the miscellaneous for 4121 miscellaneous contractual services. Had received some money to pay for some costs in that. It was something that Curtis had mentioned at the budget workshops, and so I worked with him to get those numbers in there. $2,500 decrease in the disability board. $800 increase in district court. As you can see, most of the departments, there's some relatively small amounts. $2,000 increase in probation assessment, 101,270. $65,000, $500 increase in therapeutic courts, and this one is one that should be fully funded. Whatever they spend should be recovered by the grant, is my understanding of how this one works. So
So it'd be a wash.
so all of these increases should be
And
supported
that was
by
65,500?
Correct.
Okay. It should be recovered by grant money, but if it's not, we're on the hook for it.
Yes, correct. And then in IS, Information Services, there's a $950,000 increase, and that is entirely for the transfer to the Emergency Communications Fund for the payment on I think it's the Motorola contract for the radio microwave project. So $950,000 there. All of the other requests that you could see listed here, all of these other requests, the grants they ended up being turned down for, they weren't accepted by the state, and so the revenue as well as the expenditures were were taken off after I talked to Bo about that. But then all of those other requests are also not included in this as well.
By the way, just for the information, my mother was having problems with her internet, and guess what she went on to? Starlink. It's here. These phones are going to happen within a year, and we're stuck on the hook for these radios of 950,000.
In the prosecuting attorney's office, this was similar to the one in OPD where there was a revenue that was budgeted in 2025 that was not included in the initial 2026 budget, and so I added that back in. But all of the expenditure requests are not included in the running surplus deficit, including they had a request for a new position, as well as I think there was a position and a regrade of a current staff member as well, and so those salary benefits requests are not included, as well as all of the other requests that they had.
So nothing for the PA's office here has been approved. No, yes, it's all
Correct.
no's.
That is correct.
Now, right before that, there was mental health, trans in BF mental health, and there is a yes there.
The mental health one it's part of the prosecuting office. It was a $20,000 revenue.
But it's coming out of the mental health fund?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And then on child support enforcement, 101,500, there's $1,298 of increases. And this too is a department that's grant funded. Sheriff's office, everything. So there was a decrease to uniforms. So with the split of the sheriff and corrections, $30,000 was ultimately taken out of uniforms, which ultimately to go towards corrections. So there was an increase added in corrections. I can't remember if it was the same amount. We'll get to that next.
Which line are we on?
Sheriff, it's the 101,520. There's 2070 uniforms. It's the very last line in the sheriff's budget. It's a decrease of $30,000. So the only two changes that were made in this budget at this point was there was $140,000 added for insurance risk pool due to the 55% increase Mr. Danzel mentioned earlier. So those bills are all paid out of non-departmental and then billed to various departments throughout the county. And so the sheriff's portion is estimated to be $340,000. They had $200,000 budgeted previously, and so $140,000 was added to that. And then with the $30,000 decrease to uniforms, it brings total department change of $110,000.
110,000 we got to come up with.
Correct.
Yes.
It's part of the running total of
Right.
$812,000.
Yep.
Nothing in the sheriff traffic safety grant. $24,000 increase in the E911 state contract grant. Once again, it's a grant funded thing, which is why those are all yeses. Corrections, there's $190,000 net decrease to revenues. So part of we get money. We transfer in money from, we received sales tax in our, it was formerly a debt service fund. We received money for criminal justice to pay the debt service on the jail, and then we transfer in the excess to current expense. Originally, that was early on in the year when budgets were first set. We were estimating that to be about $4 million. With the decreases that we've seen in sales taxes, I ended up having to drop the estimated beginning fund balance for next year, as well as next year's sales tax in that fund that would be available to transfer over. So the net decrease to that was $500,000. So dropping from $4 million of money that would be transferred in to only $3.5 million. And then there were a couple other lines that were adjusted up slightly just based on historical. We've received more than we've budgeted for several years. So there was $200,000 added to Pasco lodging, $110,000 to miscellaneous county lodging. And then on the expenditure side, there's $364,000 of increases. The big one on that is the WCRP insurance, $225,000 that's needed for that. They had $260,000 in their 2025 budget, and so we had to add $225,000 for their estimated amount that they would need.
Add
For the-
225 on top of the 260?
Correct. For what's estimated they need for this coming year.
And this is a part of the 680,000 increase to risk that the county seen?
Correct. And then there was $472,000 added for professional services, medical services. This is one that was reduced in the 2025 budget, but really the trend has been closer to adding this back in. It was reduced knowing that we were starting to get some Medicaid funding, but we were unsure how that was going to work. If Medicaid was going to be paying directly, or if it was going to be money coming into us. It was just unknown what was going to happen. So ultimately, what was done was the budget was reduced. Now we know that we're actually getting money from Medicaid, and so the full expenditure needs shown up. And if you recall, a month or two ago, the Corrections Department had to come in and ask for an increase to this line because of that same thing. But with those two together, it brings it up to a $1.9 million budget that I think is a needed item. And so $364,000 increase to expenditures and then $190,000 decrease to revenues leads to a overall $550,000 hit due to the Corrections Department, unfortunately.
Any calculated estimate of the new tablets or whatever they're given to the prisoners? Is there any funds there that are calculated to come in?
We don't have anything in the current budget right now. Mr. Daniel did bring that up, I think it was last week. He mentioned that again. I don't have any numbers on that. I know there were some early numbers that Benton County was receiving from it and stuff, but that is not factored in right here. So it's possible that could help to bring this budget a little closer. I just, I'm not sure when
We can start
When that-
seeing
when it would
revenue
do- yeah.
and estimate the revenue coming in.
yeah,
But right now, corrections is 550 upside down.
correct.
Okay.
Corrections Food Service, they had 2 requests. Neither one of those is currently included. The Security Department, there's a total increase of $235,000. So this was, we took over, the commissioners took over the security building, and where we had staffing in there before, we had employees in there before. The employees are gone, and now there's a contract for it. And so there's there's $240,000 there, and then the removal of some of the other various stuff that were used by our staff was taken away. So net a $235,000 increase of expenditures to the department. $240 in fire marshal. $1,664 in civil service. $5,000 increase for the treasurer's office, and then there were some small $410,000 net changes that were made to what was initially submitted for investment interest. There was $125,000 that was added on, and these were just based on historical. We've under budgeted for these, where we've collected a fair amount more historically than what was budgeted. And so there were some small adjustments made to three different lines. The transfer in was one that has been historically in that budget, and it looks like it was budgeted in the 106 fund as a transfer out, and so that was added in. But these other three were some three ones that we just looked at that historically we've under budgeted, and so $400,000 was added of revenue to that budget.
Tim, could you go back to the security? I was trying to read here and I wasn't reading fast enough. We removed that from the sheriff's office. Did we shift funding from the sheriff's office to the security?
So it was its own standalone budget that was paid for. It was in the correction. The staffing was in the corrections department.
So did we transfer it out of corrections into its own area?
No, the staffing stayed in the corrections department. So those people just went back to the corrections department. So they have the same FTE as they had before when they were running the security building.
I'm just trying to. So it had its own security. You're saying in the past had its own budget.
No, it had its own budget, but the budget was only like $5,000 total because the actual staffing for it was paid for out of the corrections budget. It was actually in the corrections budget with all of the other corrections staff.
And so those two staff members are now back in corrections.
Correct.
It just corrections is now more fully staffed than they were
Yes.
before.
Correct. Commissioners had $4,083,000 of increases to expenditures.
4,837, you said?
4,083.
4,083. And what were the increases on that for? Communications? Copier?
There was, yeah, I think this was just a shifting of where it was. There was 4,837 that was taken out of this and moved to the 4,200 line, it looks like. So it looks like it was just a reallocation to where it was actually spent before. Really, I guess there was $2,100 increase to copier lease,
Yep.
$5,500 to
Dues and subscriptions.
dues and subscriptions, which just looking at some of the past activity, the $2,500 was pretty short, it looks like. And then registration had $1,000 added to it just based on previous years as well.
Okay.
Human resources, a total of $28,500 decrease. They did have some personnel requests, some regrades that are not included in the running total. Non-departmental, so there's $1.2 million of changes here. So the big one here is a transfer to the reserve fund of $1.4 million. There was the recent resolution that was passed for the reserve fund policy that speaks to having a fully funded emergency reserve balance within, I think gave a 5-year time period. And so this essentially is trying to do one-fifth of the amount to be in compliance to that policy. So that's one of the big expenditures of the year, the increases. And then there was $350,000 that was budgeted last year for transferring to the motor vehicle fund to start the ER&R over in motor vehicle. And now there's been discussions of other ways of doing it, not running it through the Public Works. And so that transfer out was removed from the 2026 budget, and there's an amount operating rentals and leases that's added in for what would potentially be the fee for this year. And then there's changes to insurance liability, $274,000, the 55% increase. There was a $250,000 decrease that was done to contingency from the $900,000 that we started the workshops with. If there's any others that anyone wants to talk about, we can, but once again, the big one is the reserve fund transfer.
So Tim, on that, we have budgeted $134,231 for the operating rentals and leases. Is that included the sheriff's fleet too?
This is not currently,
That isn't not.
no.
I didn't think so. It's just all the other vehicles.
Correct.
Okay.
There's in the 101,704, which is essentially used to pay for the postage for the county, there was a $20,000 increase for postage that was requested, and that's being added in as well.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do this. So I know there's the big one in this. If you between the 101,720 and the 101,722, there's a couple. The really big ones are related to juvenile, potentially looking at other avenues of doing things. And so with this, there's a budgeted $2.4 million decrease. That's it is
We're still coming up short.
correct.
Combination of a plateauing and then a downward trend on sales tax revenue, the tax increment financing that has kind of been a little bit discussed here today. And then the other part of it too is just as you guys know, the cost of business is continually going up, and the price of things are going up, and so.
As well as the $950,000 transfer for the emergency communications for the microwave project. there's that. And then we do have the $1.4 million transfer to reserves to be in compliance with that policy as well. So, I
That's
mean, there are
long
some big expenditures that are offsetting this decrease. But, so the net result is, after all of that stuff that I just went through, we are currently at a $812,995 deficit. And so as Mr. Danzel mentioned earlier, I think we were, at this point, I mean, if you want to speak, but I think he led off with that we would need some guidance as far as where to go from here. If there's some other, I went through it in a fair amount of detail. If there's other questions and you want to look back at things, we can. If you want to make some changes to any of the stuff that we talked about, or just suggestions for moving forward, what you would like to see.
Commissioner Baumann?
John, would you just give us a update on the tax increment financing thing? I've been following the one that's been front page up in Chelan County with the old aluminum plant and the tax increment financing that they're trying to do up there, and causing a lot of division with governments up there and what they're trying to do and how they're trying to do it. We're already dealing with two of those down here, but not to the size that they're dealing with up there. I believe last time that we spoke about this, I believe that the port implemented tax increment financing area for the Darigold area, as well as the city of Pasco tax increment financing area out at Broadmoor. I believe those combined equate to approximately a $400,000 net loss to the base of Franklin County's tax.
Yeah, and we submitted numbers to you, Tim, and I don't have them memorized on top of my head.
He's
You've got it here.
he's writing. He's
Okay,
clicking as
so-
fast as I'm talking.
Yeah, so 372,000.
I'm sorry.
It's 372,000 would be this coming year.
Would be the deficit of our bottom line,
It's a pass-through. We collect it, pass it right on through back to Pasco. and
which would
now-
typically have been collected on behalf of Franklin County.
Yeah, now, we do have, just to let you know, that number's a little bit off because the revenues from the assessor's office increased by about $10,000 because we back-billed them from some of the work that we actually did on some of the TIF stuff. Now, some of it was minor, some of it was more major, on it. So, and it'll be real close to that same amount that we will bill them at the end of this year for the work done this year that'll be collected for next year. It's until they get Broadmoor really, really going into development. The city of Pasco's, I think their bond outlay is greater than what they're receiving through the TIF program right now on it.
I know that it's maybe a little bit of an albatross right now.
Yeah, it is. On it.
Okay, that answers the question. 372,000, so a little bit short of 400,000.
Right.
And so there's numerous tools that governments can use to do projects. The .09 funds are a tool. Tax increment financing is a tool. There's a number of different tools, and so this is a demonstration of a tool that both the Port of Pasco and the City of Pasco have chosen to use. That is a direct consequence to the bottom line of Franklin County and our usable taxes to repair our roads, to serve our community. That it's just being used in a different fashion. So I just
Yeah,
thanks.
the county doesn't get that as new construction, they do.
But they only get two of these. They're
Two
limited
each.
to
Each entity.
But we too can get two.
Correct.
We could use this if we wanted to for our roadways.
This is correct. However, it wouldn't be the same to us as it would be
Right.
to them, because
If
we would
it's
be
not
taking money from
in the city limits
ourselves.
of Pasco,
Yeah.
they would have nothing in the game.
And that's
The
what
port
my
would
point
have,
is.
But that's it.
That's right.
So we could go do it, it just wouldn't do anything.
We're
It would
taking
be
from ourselves.
Taking money from ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Versus in this situation, it's taking money from us.
So on
Correct. The
that,
city takes it from us and the port takes it from the city and us.
yes.
Yeah.
So on that, how long is that TIF? How
They,
long can
most
they?
of them are out 25 years, 20 to 25
25 years, they can take that amount of money from Franklin County?
or until it's paid off. Right now, the port is stating that they might have it paid off in 6 to 8 years instead of 20 to 25 years.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, you're correct. It is
Yes.
that long or until paid off if the revenues come in. And so the port is projecting that to basically go back to zero at roughly 8 years.
But if they can utilize those funds, why would they pay it off early elsewhere? I mean, if they're getting out money from us, what would be the incentive for
I
them to pay
believe
it off?
that if they collect extra funds
They have to use it
because
all.
of that, they have to use that to pay off on the bond. If they're not collecting enough to pay the bond, they have to dig out of their own coffers to meet their bond obligations.
That's my understanding, is they have to use 100% of the proceeds towards that, and if it pays off in 6 years, it pays off, or it can go out to 25 years. But it has to be paid off in the, and I didn't hear, because I had heard at one point it was a 15-year TIF, but I don't know that.
They can set it up for different, I thought these were in the 20 to 25-year range. I haven't seen the contractual bond paperwork on that.
Yeah. Do you know the number on the ports? I know that the cities was a $39 million.
My
TIF.
staff would know that. They would calculate it down. I don't have it on top of my head. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Mr. Chairman, would you be willing for us to have a 5-minute?
Yes, I need one too.
Pause.
So we'll take a break for 5 minutes here at 10:38, come back at 10:43. Okay. We are back from the break, and our assessor is here with some numbers.
Yeah, the bond numbers that you were asking about on the TIFs, just a little over 8 million was the ports, and right at 39 million was the city of Pasco.
8 for the port?
8 for the ports. I think the overall program was over 20 million that they were doing, but they did the bond for a little over 8.
The bond was
A little over 8 million.
for the port, and
Yeah.
what was the other one?
Well, the initial paperwork that we got from them was 39 million for the city of Pasco.
City of
for out at
Pasco.
Broadmoor.
Wow.
I know you
And
kind
what
of wondered
percent-
about the TIF.
And what percentage of that is the monies that we're not going to receive out of that 39 million?
Well,
372,000 for
This year.
26.
until that whole bond is paid off. Now, if they want to use city funds to pay some of it off, they can do that. Well, they've had to the last couple of years because they didn't collect enough from, the city didn't collect enough off of the TIF funds through the county to make the bond payment. But if they're collecting enough, then of course, it'll pay the whole thing. The port has been getting more, so they'll pay it off quicker. So I can't tell you what they owe of that 8, but the original was like 8.2 million.
Okay, so 372,000 from the city of Pasco that we're not receiving.
Passes through.
So that's
How much is
combined.
passing through from the port?
That's combined.
That's
though.
combined.
Oh, that's
Port and
both.
city.
Oh, that's both.
That's
Okay.
everything on the
Okay.
TIFs.
So on that 372, the largest majority would be the city's proportionate share versus the ports.
Correct. Yes. So, and I believe when you're saying the largest portion, I believe that if I recall something in a report that my staff was working on, I think this year they're going to get like 160-some thousand, towards paying on the bond. So they're still going to be pulling money out of their own coffers to meet their bond payment.
Yeah, it's I've been to some of the city's budget hearings and conversations and watched and paid attention to that, and they need that area to start to grow because
Yes.
it's a net drain at this point.
Correct. Yeah.
Which is a gamble, because in these economic times, it may not grow.
Yeah, they need some retail out there. Now, the nice thing, the retail also bring in sales tax, so.
Suppose we could
but
get
they need
Costco?
something out there.
Yeah, Costco could have been there.
That would have been a really nice Easter egg, right? Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, John.
So I would have to say that this TIF is not a good thing for any community.
There's values and reasons for doing it.
Yes.
But there's other tools. We've talked a number of times about, you and I talked about it. It's that financing tool. What's it called?
Can't remember now, but it's a guaranteed payment.
It doesn't tie the loan to the contractor. It ties it to the property.
Right.
And it makes it a very, very safe thing, because every day that a property develops, the loan becomes more and more secure.
It does put more obligations on the treasurer's office for that.
As far as I can tell, that's incorrect.
Okay. I know it doesn't in my office, doesn't affect us.
Yeah, it would, there has to be a regulating agency, and that happens to be the county. But as far as I can tell, with the other counties that I've talked to about it, it is very little. And then, for instance, our building and planning would be would be who runs it. And it's not, default, has no consequence to the county. As far as I can tell, it's a pretty neat tool. And the way to look at it is instead of when a contractor goes bust, it hangs on the contractor and it goes away with the contractor. It's tied to the property. And so the most risky day is the day it's signed, and it becomes less risky after that. Why can I not remember that?
I'm having a total brain freeze on it.
So here's a question, Tim, that another one of those that you're probably going to know what I should be asking faster than I can ask it. But something that I've been thinking about trying to evaluate, and I don't have a good pulse on the evaluation of this yet. But when we have, our risk insurance went up 55%, I think I would like to see us tie the risk to the budget of the originating, assign the cost to the department where the risk originated. So I believe currently when we pay out on risk, I believe that comes out of non-departmental. Is that accurate? So I believe that I'd like some insight and thought into a policy where we tied risk and cost to the department. For instance, if the commissioner's office was, we paid out for a risk that was originated in the commissioner's office, that come out of the commissioner's office budget. And likewise through departments. Any thought on that?
No, that was something that a former prosecuting attorney that we had work here that really wanted that done as well, so the public could see where costs are really coming from, to have a better picture of things. I don't know. I don't know if part of the conundrum with that. I mean, we break up, liability and property insurance and stuff by department already, where and it's so we're breaking it up, but I don't know if that really is as reflective as maybe it should be. And I don't know a better way to do it. I'd have to look at all the details and stuff, but just because there's a certain amount allocated to a department, does that really mean that a third of the cost is theirs, or could there be more and we're just doing it based on, if we're doing it on based on the number of employees or whatever. I don't know that all employees are created equal as far as the cost to our insurance.
I think, though, that what you're describing is really what I'm saying is not all employees are created equal as far as their expense to the county. And the same goes with risk and the consequences of those risk. And I think that I know that this word gets used about every other sentence in government, but transparency, I think, is an important component wherewith it would show, it would describe to the public that. So,
Can I ask a question, Mr.
Sure.
Commissioner? You're talking about, like, if there's a settlement, for example, and it takes place out of Department X, that Department X would then have to find within their budget the funds to pay for it.
that's correct.
And then that would be a transparency move, because then instead of just saying, well, the Franklin County, the entire county itself paid out X amount at the end of the year, you could say, well, we had, this X amount of claims, and here they are. And the public then could see, okay, well, we had 3 claims in the X department, and we had 4 claims in the Y department, and 10 claims in the Z department. So that's what's costing us our money, are these damn settlements that we're having to pay, and they'll be able to know where it's coming from. Is that what you're getting after?
That is exactly what I'm
All right.
trying to say. Yes, I
We can do a
think that
policy on it.
I think that would be wise and a transparent move. Please.
As an elected, could I inject?
Sure.
Absolutely.
My department has very little risk of settlement claims. There could be some, but it's way low risk compared to certain other departments. So, but as an elected, I would say if there were risks, greater risks, and/or settlements that come about, I don't have the say in those settlements. You commissioners do as a legislative body. And yet I would be responsible for paying it out of my budget, yet you would be saying, John, we're not going to have you fight it in the court. We're telling you how it's going to be handled. I'm just planning to play a little devil's advocate here. I would certainly push back a little bit saying, well, then I really think this ought to be fought more rather than this settlement, because the legislative body has control over the settlement amount, not me. I'm just throwing that out. I have very little risk in it for my department, but there have been court cases that have drugged the assessor's office into things and so forth, but it's minimal. So I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that and would be happy to wrestle the idea a little bit more. That's why I said I'm not certain that it's a good idea. I do think at this point that it is, because it's, the accountability part I appreciate, but, oftentimes as I've watched, not just this Board of County Commissioners, but many elected boards, is there will be an executive session, and there will be obviously discussion in that executive session, and they come out of the executive session and they decide to take an action, and the public doesn't really know what happened. They just know that there was a settlement, and it would be a component of answering that question to some level. There's some of it that can't be answered, publicly because of whatever the agreement of the settlement is or whatever. But I'm trying to think of a way to explain to the public, at least the public that's paying attention.
But I think so I think there's two aspects of it at least. I think there's the claims there's the stuff that is settled that currently shows up in non-departmental. But then even, so those, are more easily attributable to those departments. But the other part of it is just the payment of the premiums themselves, because you have, currently we break things up, like for property insurance, I don't know the exact way it's broken down. I've seen the spreadsheet, but maybe I'm wrong on this, but if you do it just based on the count of vehicles, which I kind of think that it is, or in other property, but if you do it like based on the count of vehicles, well, you'll have, if a department has 5 out of the 50 vehicles in a county, well, they'll have 10% of the cost. But is even that a fair allocation? Because some departments, their vehicles may not be used as much, probably less likely that there's going to be something happened to them damage-wise or whatever, whereas others are driven a lot more and probably are in riskier areas when you're arresting people and stuff. And so, if you're doing it based on true cost to the county, there's higher risk, there's areas that are riskier that would be allocated more cost based on that as well. And it would be the same on the liability side of the premium too. We break it up in a certain manner, I think based on FTE, and there may be some other factors and stuff, but there may be other mechanisms to make it even more true based on actual, things that happen. And maybe it's based on the claims that we do have already. I don't know, just throwing it out there that it's not, the claims that happen are one thing, but there's just even an impact when what you're talking about impacts the premium as well, I think.
Yeah, you do have a valid point, and this is not unique to Franklin County or to government. Sitting on the board of transit, talking about ridership and allocation of the tools that Ben Franklin Transit has, who uses it most effectively, and there's do you account per mile? Do you account per? There's just So I think that it's a topic that warrants some wrestling of the idea. And I agree with John to a level that it is this Board of County Commissioners that makes that decision. However, there is jobs that are riskier than others. There is cost that need to be allocated differently than others. It's not all created equal.
Yeah, I think you could accomplish what you're talking about in a policy where you don't do it through the budget, but you just say, hey, if there are, kind of like the deal where we always talk about, and I want to make a reminder also, I should kick myself for not making this reminder earlier, which is that if you overspend your budget, that more than that's been allocated and approved and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, you're personally liable for it.
Yes.
I think, so it's kind of the same thing here with the lease deal is, I think you could create a policy separate from the budget where you just say, if there are claims that are made against your office, for tracking purposes alone, we want to know We want to know where it came from and for how much money. Because I'll be honest with you, to me, that is a transparency move. That's being more transparent than just saying Franklin County had a sum total of, $3 million in claims against us last year, and our risk pool had this much in X amount or whatever. It'll allow you to pinpoint what you're talking about, Commissioner. You could say, and it's not like a pointing blame or placing blame at anybody, but you're accurately depicting what actually took place. What department there was a more of a risk issue that year out of anyway.
Well, it's a more accurate allocation of cost.
Yeah.
This is what it actually cost for this department, individual, equipment, you can go all the way through it. This is something that sometimes is talked about in government that you don't talk about it the same way in private business. For instance, when you talk about in government, an FTE, you talk about the cost of their salary. You don't talk about the salary and benefits. You would never do that in private business. You would never say, this employee costs $50,000. And then somebody asks more questions and you say, oh, it's plus 30% for salary and benefits.
Yeah.
You would say this is an $80,000 or $70,000 employee. And so I think it's a way, because government isn't normal business or isn't the normal population. And so I think it's a way to more completely tell the story to the public of what takes place.
Yeah.
In whatever it is. Chips fall where they may, this is what it costs for this action.
Yeah.
And so where we have a non-departmental, how much was in that, Tim? I'm trying to see it here. I think it was something like 1.8 million.
For are you talking a specific line, like the
No, just total non-departmental.
$501,000 increase in expenditures is what is showing up here?
For a total
Or-
of,
Oh, no, you're probably right. $1.2 million, $1,178,860.
so that's an example of, like cyber terrorism insurance. I can appreciate that being non-departmental, that covers everybody.
Yep.
But you have a $1.2 million budget that nobody's responsible for. It's not assigned to anybody specifically. And that's when we're, the public, when they see that, are saying this is the catch-all. This is the junk drawer where everything else gets caught up in. And that's really a terrible way of thinking about it, as the junk drawer. However, I think that $1.2 million is probably realistically down there at $250,000 of actual non-departmental stuff. And I'm not suggesting that we're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying that if we were able to more completely assign these costs to where they belong, I think it paints a more clear picture to the public.
So Tim, if I understand it right, that 55% increase in risk pool is $501,000.
No, it was like 700.
Our-
We
our
accounted
increase-
for some of it,
Yeah.
but not much.
Our increase this year was $680,000, and then we accounted for a little bit, and
Liability, 640.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the other stuff. I mean, like there's I don't know if this has some of
Third-party
the.
insurance.
And can I say, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
I think this is important and worth mentioning. And all the discussions that I had, Tim Anderson and I, before the liability insurance issue, now it's close to $700,000, and that we're $800,000 apart from being balanced.
Yeah.
We'd had it whittled down to about $100,000. And at that point, we were feeling pretty good about being able to deliver today to you a preliminary budget for final adoption that probably wouldn't take a lot to be able to adopt. However, two things on that. Number one, I'd like to get permission from the board to seek to shop our risk insurance next year.
Yes.
We have to give them notice by the end of this year.
Can we get that in the agenda for Wednesday?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I just look over at Clerk Alvarez and she's just gives me the go-ahead, so that's when I know. And then, just got a missed call from one of the attorneys, so I'll get back to them, but, where was I at? What was I?
Shopping insurance.
The risk pool.
Oh, so we have to give a year in advance notice to shop, and,
Yes.
and I've already had discussions with our legal counsel about that, and who serves also as our risk manager, and so we can have that on the agenda and ready to go on Wednesday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it is 640,000, that increase, the 55% increase? Tim, is that 640,000 up there?
This is current year, how much we've actually spent on it. So this
Oh.
was, we had budgeted 505,871 for liability, and at this point in time, we've spent $640,000. But I think there may still be some reimbursements coming from this. But we had estimated, there were budgeted increases that we had in there initially as well, and then we had to increase those even more after getting the 55% increase. So when we met for the workshops in October, we had an amount in there, and that went up based on the estimate that we came in. But I pulled this up more so because we were talking about the premiums and stuff like that. But then also, I think this is kind of the element of the other stuff that we were talking about too, where we have the third party admin insurance, and it looks like based on just looking at the list of stuff, I mean, this looks like a lot of the claims that we're actually paying on. And so this, to Commissioner Bauman's point, I think his request would be that these claims then are not just charged to the non-departmental, but actually, if this one is for the corrections department, attribute that cost to the corrections department.
Yeah.
And so, for this year alone, we've spent $107,000 on a $110,000 budget so far.
You're correct. That's exactly what I'm.
Yes.
And, as far as the risk pool insurance, and I don't know the time frames as far as when you have to make these changes in two, but one other thing to consider too is that you can change the deductible level as well. Right now we have a $25,000 deductible, but if you look at all of the counties in the risk pool, there's varying levels of deductible that they choose. Some do 25,000, some do 100,000. I think some did $500,000 or more. So there's varying levels of.
So for this year, could we change that deductible and probably help ourselves out?
That I'm not sure what the time frame is as far as changing the deductible is for the risk pool.
Risk pool. Ours is 25 at the point in time. If we went to 50, what would it do for our rate?
Well, I'll tell you what, there was one county that went up to a $500,000 deductible and still had like a 40% rate increase. So I think what you're dealing with is we are in a pool that got battered this last couple years.
Yep.
And especially over those SAMS claims in the Juvenile Justice Center in Benton County. And it's just the more payouts and the more claims that are brought, the risk pool has a decision to make on whether it's in the best interest of the entirety of the pool to take and we've talked about this, to take a case all the way to trial, or is it easier and less expensive? And unfortunately, what I've seen is, and I think it's a real problem, I'll just be dead honest with you, I think if we don't watch it, the insurance companies are going to rule the world.
Yep.
Because everything is usually seen as too big of a risk to take. And I'm of the mindset that if we would take more of those and set a precedent and say, no more, you're not going to just be able to push us over and get a free check out of it, it would be better off than just always kind of rolling over. And I'll bet you it would be an increase in our 1 year, and then for the rest of eternity, you'd have lower payouts because you'd pay more money to the attorneys to prepare for cases and get expert witnesses and this and that and the other. But the way it is now is in my mind, it's kind of, well, I'll just say this. I don't know of a single case where our risk pool has taken it to trial.
They're always settling.
I don't know of one single case where they've taken one action that's been brought against us to trial. And I think that's a problem. Combined with that, I'll just say this. It is going up. And I'll tell you the other part that makes it a little bit tougher is we're in a joint several liability state. So we can be 0.02% at fault, but if we've got the big pockets and municipalities are seen as having big pockets, then we can still be on the hook for 100% of the bill. And until and this is something that when I was over there, I was working on it, and it's, it'll be an uphill fight because the trial lawyers have such a huge grip on the lobbying power in Olympia that they don't want to see it go away. Thank you.
Depending on the size of the county, Bentley's at 100, but they're at 1.187. We're with Douglas, we're comparable with Douglas, 50, 429. Douglas is at 35.
All right.
Again.
Yeah. And I think there was a, I think there was.
Well, getting back to the budget, to balance this, I would like to have a full slate of commissioners, so if we could get Commissioner Mullen here for tomorrow so we can make an assessment of where we need to find the funds to balance this. 812,000. Can we?
Ask a question.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I have no idea. Have you?
I thought he said as he was leaving last meeting until he got back.
When was that? When was he going to be back? Okay. Well, then, if that's the case, I didn't know that. Huh?
I think he's back on the 17th.
Of December? So we're going to have, you and I are going to have to handle this.
I was gonna say, Tim makes a good point, this is, yes, it is, we can get him on the phone, I can try him on the phone. Here's what I think we ought to do, gentlemen, this is just my opinion. Our legal counsel isn't even gonna be back anywhere out of his appointment until noon. My guess is he goes to lunch until 1, right? That's just my guess.
Yep.
At the same time, that gives me the ability to work with Teresa on a couple of different issues. Get a hold of Commissioner call in for a couple of these discussions, or at least set up a time tomorrow to make sure that he'll be able to be available.
And we can just recess into that time, but our more important issue is right here in front of me, and that is this here, has to be signed by midnight tonight.
So that's why I was saying, if we recess, Jeff will be able to give you a very articulate answer on that.
Okay.
What I just got back from Mackenzie is that we do, it's a conundrum, it's a crack in the wax in the RCW. So what the assessor said is correct, is that it doesn't legally necessarily need to be delivered to him at the full amount, but you can't legally not. It's kind of one of these traps in the law where.
Well, we've been up against this before, where that somebody was hired,
Yeah.
and then a month and a half later, or a month later, we get the resolution to hire somebody.
Yes, yeah.
Or a automobile was bought.
Yeah, and then what? So I would like to know where is the deal? You know, how does this work?
What are you talking about?
We have to, but we can't adjust. We're forced to, so we have to say yes to this today, and we have to say yes at those numbers.
I thought we could.
That's what I want them to, I'm not an attorney, that's what I want them to do.
You're not?
Okay, so let me ask you this. If they say we can adjust those numbers, do we?
That's a board decision.
I know, but I'm asking my board member, do we adjust a number and maybe we create a opportunity to weigh our opinion as to why we did this?
Do you have the letter from the port similar to what you showed us from the Port of Colotis? Do you have a similar letter or something from Port of Pasco?
I think,
You know me,
I don't believe I did, but I think the assessor's office would likely have.
I honestly think it's gonna require, I think it's gonna make it, it'll force us into an executive. This is potential litigation.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I just,
think that's a very good idea.
Yeah, so I think that what we do is we get Jeff in, we go to executive session for potential litigation, and then I don't feel comfortable, because I really don't know all the ramifications of that. Sometimes you just gotta hold your hand up for accountability and say, I don't know the answer to that, and I eat too many Brucci cheesesteak subs.
what are you showing us here, Tim?
Oh, this was the sheet from before where I was talking about the amounts that were paid on claims. I just hadn't changed the
insurance
page.
risk pool.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Do we have anything from the Port of Pasco? I mean, how did we receive the 4.6?
I think the,
There you go.
oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know the amount and what's being done with it. It's their board, their legislative authority,
They've had some turnover on their positions. They've got a couple new people that are on there now. One remaining board member. I used to attend their meetings, but it conflicted with ours.
I know one of the fellows real well is, 'cause he was our farm service agent. Farmer guy.
Not Clinworth. Clinworth? Because he resigned.
Hans.
Huh?
Hans?
Hans Engelke?
Yeah.
He's new.
Yeah. Every once in a while I see him at the Connell Pizza place. He asks me what I'm doing there, and I tell him,
Same thing you're doing here. Get something to eat.
there's no Brucci's. I think Commissioner Bauman had a hell of an idea. This is just my personal opinion. When we get the tree in, the Christmas tree, which I think is so cool, by the way. I like having the ability to reach out to offices and do some caroling and let them know that we'll have background music so they don't have to be embarrassed. Like we can get some background music going so that we can kind of help stay on tune, but that might be kind of a cool thing, really. Invite community members in. Carol, sing.
Can we get something to auto-tune us?
Yes. I think,
Nope.
Commissioner, I can see,
Voices all mixed together.
Commissioner Didier, you're looking pretty excited about this.
Oh, I'm just, yeah.
Some of them may change the song, like on the 12th day of Christmas, the commissioners gave to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of things
That's
they do.
right. Takes a commander to know.
A redskin.
Oh, did I say?
A redskin to
I
know.
forgot about that.
I think if they got back that name, they might start winning. They would have won last night if they had Redskins name. Did you see what Mark May said about it? My fellow teammate? That Skins. That's the only name I'll recognize. We've let this woke community take over and really decimate the remembrance of the Redskins and who named them and why they were named that.
Listen, I'm a Sonny Jorgensen fan.
There There you go.
You're gonna tell me.
I'm not telling you, I'm telling the public if they can hear me. But anyway, we need to get back to this budget. We need some remedies here. That is, that's something that's gotta be done by midnight. But if we can get to this 812th,
Yeah, so what do you want to do? I mean, kind of the.
I think the first thing we need to look at is the two people who are out in the guard shack, they're now back with the corrections. Do we really need them in corrections? Because they weren't being utilized in corrections, they were being utilized as a guard shack. And do we need those positions in the corrections facility?
Yes, I think that's a very good question. I'll talk with Captain
Please.
Jansky about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was where I was going also.
Yeah.
Is they were, we absorbed them back into corrections and they filled positions that were vacant there.
Yes.
But I believe that we could take out those two positions, or it's actually more than two positions. I think it was four positions.
More than 2 FTE.
I think it was four FTEs.
So.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
That was all put into place prior to Keeling Harmon taking over. This was put in by the previous guy that was running it, which is the sheriff. We just need to ask him, do you need all these positions?
I agree, and so there's a couple strategies on that, and I was kind of wanted to, I'm glad you brought that up. You could, so like, and I don't know what the number is, and forgive me for not remembering all the statistics all the time, but through attrition, you can accomplish this. So if you know that there's going to be people that are going to not be coming back or they're retiring,
Right.
that you leave it open while we're in a budget, kind of a questionable budget scenario. You can make straight up cuts. You can make targeted cuts. My opinion on that is, I think it's incredibly unfair to make cuts that are just like, like 20% across the board.
I agree, but how does that work with us balancing our budget?
Well, you have to make
factor
the
it in?
cuts. You have to cut $800,000 to balance the budget.
I know, but I'm saying, these positions,
Yeah.
if we do it through nutrition, I understand and I'm fully
Right.
compliant with that, but how do we make that work into balancing this budget? How much of that 812 would it take off by doing it through nutrition, where it may be
Oh.
6 months down the road before somebody retires?
You're talking about the upfront. How do you do it? How do you
Yeah.
budget and adopt it now? You'd probably take more out of your reserve and just know that you're not going to hire those back and short.
Gotcha.
And then probably you would direct us to remove certain positions out of the budget that could be put back in at a later time if we got flush.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like right now, the way that this works is it's a terrible way to run a budget. But again, I'm a transparency guy and I mean, like, we could technically pass this budget right now, and just have, violate our own policies.
And only have 600 go to the reserve fund.
Yeah, and then also, and I think John has brought this up at several of the budget committee meetings. We could phony up how much we think we're gonna make and overestimate what we're gonna get in revenues, sales tax revenues. But that's not gonna end up
Well,
well.
and one thing we're not looking at is the revenue that's gonna come in off those iPads that they're gonna be given to the prisoners. We have no money budgeted, as I asked him,
Yeah,
for that
that's-
money to be coming in.
Those are the kind of things, like something like that, and like the amount of ending cash. You have always carried over more cash than you thought you were going to. I was looking back in history, and your ending cash has been a little bit, and so then therefore your beginning cash has always been a little bit better than what was budgeted for. But again, that interest income,
Yep.
some of these pass-through dollars that we've relied on an enormous sales tax revenue because of new construction. That just doesn't exist anywhere else. Like, we're one of the top. We're having this conversation, and what is frightening to me.
These other counties.
Well, and we're one of the top 10 fastest growing areas in the entire United States of America. So this isn't just a Franklin County issue. Sorry, Tim.
Counties 3 times larger than us aren't doing what we're doing in new construction.
That's true.
They're
I know.
just not. I mean, it's huge what we've been doing.
Go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just going to say that to Brian's point, when we met for the workshops in October, that was one of the first things that in the intro to the budget, I mentioned multiple counties throughout the state that have enormous budget shortfalls to start. And the Washington State Association of Counties seems like, seems like every week I'm getting another email about another, one of the county's budget shortfalls that's bigger than ours, and we've benefited through recent years from sales tax and stuff. We're finally starting to see the slowdown that I think other places may have already been encountering or whatever. But there were, our current shortfall pales in comparison to some of the ones throughout the county for 2026.
So, go ahead.
Two things that I would just add to that, and it was mentioned last year, and it just, people get busy, and I know that happens. A real emphasis, I think, should be on our budget committee meetings and our finance meetings, to where I would like to even do it in a situation where, and I would have to ask the legal opinion, but because the commissioners wouldn't be making any votes or taking any actions, you all three can show up to a Tri-City Americans ball game. So the idea that you couldn't be here to receive information from the treasurer, the assessor, the auditor, I'm going to look into that a little further. I think we need to do better on that, so that everybody has an understanding.
We can
every
do
week.
workshops where it's televised,
Yeah.
so everything's
We could
transparent.
do, and we could definitely move it in there. I'm
Yeah.
totally fine with that, but I
Yeah.
think we do that. And then I think that Mr. Anderson has, I just got to put a plug in here real quick. If it wasn't for him, we would just be so far up a creek
We
without a
wouldn't have
paddle.
clarity on the situation. He brings clarity with factual numbers
Yeah.
that we can count to. Now, getting back to the budget then,
Yeah.
I guess I would be in favor of not living up to our policy of putting 1.4 into the reserve, but with these lined up in the fact that nutrition
Yeah, yeah,
on those positions,
yeah.
the pads in the jail, other things that we could, if they came into play, would automatically be put into the reserve fund as we go through next year.
Yeah,
If we could write that into the budget, that we balance our budget, provided we don't make any adjustments, but that once we account for those positions, if Mr. Harmon's in favor of, this is my own opinion, that as they retire and one moves into that position, then we eliminate that position. Those funds then go into the emergency fund. And we start building it that way, the nutrition way of, as they leave and retire, they fill that spot with the person that's there.
yeah.
And as the money comes in from the pads, it goes into the emergency fund. Any new sales tax money that comes in goes into the emergency fund until we reach our 1.4 million. Any other shedding of properties, we put it in the reserve fund
Yeah. Yeah.
until we meet our 1.4 obligation.
I was trying to figure out, so how many people did we have come and ask to hire during the hiring freeze? I think it was about 10 to 12 over the time, right? Somewhere in there, I would estimate.
I would say that was high,
Maybe 6 to 8.
somewhere in there, yeah.
6 to 8.
It was under 10, I think.
Yeah, okay. And so that's kind of the idea, is that if you look at where we're at right now, I mean, Tim, you tell me if I'm wrong, but each employee, we pretty much average out at between salary and benefit $100,000. So we're 8 employees away from being able to do that. Now, that doesn't take into account attrition. Like I said, we could do some of that through attrition. I think you're going to have to do some of it on the front end. I think you're going to have to
Okay.
potentially look at,
And I was pronouncing
And I-
that wrong. You said attrition. I was saying nutrition. I'm just a farm boy.
We need nutrition.
I need way better nutrition.
They'll backfill any spots, they're usually at a lower grade level, so there is some
That's true.
things there.
Yeah.
It is an absolute necessity to backfill that.
Yeah, and that's, if we were,
Little savings.
and what John is talking, so like if we were at the delta that we were at a week and a half ago,
Yeah.
I would say call it budget dust, and there, because of what you're saying, because of the amount of time that'll come in between when someone leaves and when we rehire them, you won't go over your FTEs, you won't go over budget. It's just that the real anchor around our neck was the notice of renewal. Like the
55%.
day before Thanksgiving saying 50, that was the big one.
That was huge.
Yeah.
And I'd be interested to see what you come up with there on savings with the other option other than risk pool.
Well, I can only tell you this much. I know of a county, and this is why I'm excited about our HR director. She was the risk manager up there. And I want to say that there's two things. Number one, the other risk pool offers programs that'll allow you to minimize your risk and also mitigate. And so their insurance renewals over the last 3 years were, and I'm not kidding when I say this, something along the lines of like 10 or 15% 1 year, which is what we kind of,
Yeah.
that's what we account for. 10 or 15% the next year. Going into next year,
Yeah.
with all that's going on in the world, their insurance increase for liability is 3.5%. Yeah. And so
Is that less than 55%?
by about 50%. And anyway, so I mean, there's really some. First of all, number twofold. I think that we did a great job in bringing on Miss Isom, but number two, I think those are the things you got to look at. I think we got to shop. I think we'll have that on and ready for you gentlemen to sign to let them know that this is our notice of we're going to shop around for risk insurance, and then Commissioner Bauman, as it pertains to the budget, I guess. At the end of the day, I think for sure, for being able to track where these things are, for our purposes today and our purposes of like getting a budget adopted, I don't know that I would move anything around, but what you can do, and this is something that also I think that commissioners don't do enough, you can open the budget back up through an amendment and change it. You can add a policy.
Yep.
If you think the policy's wrong and it really fits more of a policy thing than a budget issue, I think we could create a policy, and I can even have that ready for you and available if you'd like on this Wednesday's agenda as well.
Tim, I can't find it on here, corrections, salaries and benefits.
It's not going to be on this sheet. It's done just in Gravity itself. So
I guess my bigger question, is there a way that we can see, I'm trying to go back and remember, I think it was 4 FTEs. It was between 4 and 7 FTEs that we transferred out of the guard shack duties back into corrections when we did contract services. Is there a way that you can pull that up and we can see that?
it's not going to show because the staffing was paid for out of the corrections budget. So there wasn't any movement of FTEs from one place to another. It was just all, it started in corrections and then it just, though they weren't doing those duties anymore. We just added a budget for security.
I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can isolate what we used for the security shack.
Yeah.
It takes a conversation with just
Yep.
Chief Armin.
I will say, just on this conversation that, I do believe they are, essentially fully staffed now, including whatever people were in the guard shack before. Last I checked, last I updated all the information in Gravity, they've hired all of their positions. I think they might have like a corrections support staff position vacant, but pretty much everything is fully staffed. So
did they have separate positions that were assigned to that duty? I'm just trying to understand the separation, because I know that they were doing the work, but was there any way to isolate how many positions? Because it's been operating for years in that manner. I'm just trying to understand.
There wasn't anything on our end that we ever saw any of that breakdown, any of that information. It would be entirely something handled just by the corrections that we never saw that information. There was nothing that indicated that certain people were working in the guard shack or anything else. So they were just listed like a corrections deputy, just like anybody else. So it'd be a conversation with Chief Harmon more than anything.
I think I know the answer if you want it.
Sure.
I think it was 7.
That's the number that strikes me.
Yeah, and I think what happened is they would have like a shift or two out at the guard shack, then, 3 shifts in at the jail, a shift or two. So I totally understand what you're saying. And what I think we could do, and I think that, gentlemen, you will remember this. We talked about right-sizing this after we
Yes.
created our own standalone Department of Corrections. And with the amount of folks that kind of just jettisoned and left, we had to make a decision to be able to staff the jail properly. If it's gotten to the point where we are fully staffed and we're to the point where we need to take a look at, because of $700,000 bills that arrived the day before Thanksgiving, then I don't have any problem at all. I think that we should take a look at the Department of Corrections and ask them, again, this is one that I think that you'll appreciate. I think you could accomplish this pretty easily with attrition, because there is more turnover. John can probably attest to this, and corrections than there is in any other aspect of law enforcement, because the good jobs, the ones that they want to get into, are road deputies and then command staff and detectives and so on and so forth. And this is kind of a good way to get your foot in the door in the LEO umbrella. And it's just been the truth. Everywhere I've ever been, we've robbed from the correction side always to try to get people to the road deputy
Many
side.
departments required 2 years in corrections where they need to let you transfer into the road
Yeah.
in order to not just steal constantly from corrections. That just,
Yeah.
a lot of departments did that.
Kind of a training grounds.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at. And so there's a lot of turnover all the time there. If you'll recall, this is kind of something that we could do. This just jumped into my head. We allowed corrections out of the hiring freeze. So I think maybe we put them back in. We're fully staffed. You say, hey, listen, maybe we could eliminate through like retirements and attrition, because that just happens, up to 4. I think you gentlemen will need to identify another 4 probably throughout the county, that areas that we're going to say no to, or we're going to, say, no, we're going to need you to go from this number to this number. Because Tim, could you pull up the revenue? This is really important, like the revenue this year versus year over year, like what we're projecting. We're several $100,000 under what we projected for the year, the fiscal year
For-
2025.
Sales tax or?
General, just revenue in general.
While he's looking that up,
Or, yeah, sales tax, pardon me, sales tax.
look who just walked in.
The cap walked in.
There
Cap-
is another department that I would think we should look at, looking at the actual 2024, actual 2025, and then the preliminary budget of 2026, and that would be the prosecuting attorney's office. There's another department we need to be looking at.
Captain, thank you for coming. We're discussing, currently we have an $812,995 budget deficit that we're trying to identify, and we're discussing the people that used to run the guard shack versus the contracted security today, and trying to isolate or identify how many people were assigned from corrections to the guard shack, and if there's a way we can shift that budget or pull FTEs out of corrections that were assigned to the guard shack that are no longer used in that method. So, sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. And if you can't answer that, then
And not just to yank them away, but through attrition, as some retire or move on to another position, we just don't hire.
I mean, we'd have to look at it. So there
I'm
was
going
no
to push
one,
turn that on, and then
there was no one assigned to the guard shack. What it was is it was basically a post. So you'd show up to work today, and you're gonna work the guard shack today. We tend to use E-Squad for that. We have the 5 squads. And E-Squad was our transports, courts, movement, all that kind of stuff. So they'd be stuck at trials, they'd be doing medical transports with the inmates, they'd be doing the state chain out, and then we'd be scrambling, and it wasn't always necessarily E-Squad that covered the security building. We'd pull somebody from the jail to cover that post. There was times as a lieutenant I had to go stand out there and cover it for a bit, just because we're spread out all over the place. So there was no one assigned, and we tried to have 2 out there. There's times we went down to 1 person out there just because of the staffing, and there's just too much going on that we couldn't necessarily cover it. So to my understanding, there was not an actual FTE, is probably what we're talking about, designated just for the security building.
But it was covered at least 40 hours a week by at least one individual. So it was my recollection was it was covered by, it was split shift, but I'm trying to remember it. So it was covered by an FTE at least 100% of the time, at least 40 hours a week, and more likely it was 80 hours a week of FTE time, but not always.
Yeah, not the same FTE, but, you know, different.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, from open to close. We tried a little bit, trying to do a split shift coming in later to cover for the closing and the rounds of the perimeter, and had to fluctuate a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way that we can through attrition we can reduce corrections FTE count to try to help make up a portion of this. We're at $812,000 deficit right now, and we're trying to figure out how to do this, and so I don't know the answer.
I don't either. We don't have a lot of extra people, just sitting around not doing anything.
Oh,
They
I understand.
Spread. There are certain state mandates that we have to meet and best practices that we should meet, that sometimes we struggle because we don't have enough staff. So reduction in staff, we'd have to really look at reallocating how we're doing things, or
Are we fully staffed now?
currently, yes. And I've got fully staffed, but then it takes 10 weeks through the academy. So I've got 1 graduating this week. That'll be back to us. That'll be working. And I think I got 4 more to go in January.
Yeah, I forgot about, the other thing too is, don't you guys have a deal where you have to have certain amount of people in place, or else they can't oversee another certain amount of people and can't be, like, I remember something in the training there that, like, if you have, like, if you don't have the right credentials, you're really not able to oversee certain employee and personnel.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's all regulated by the state.
Cap, what I was kind of asking more, and I think that the chairman, if just for like we're in a budget crunch, if for a year's time, say you had 3 people retire, can we hold off on filling those in?
Probably. I mean, because, I mean, it even takes a while to fill it by the time we get through the whole process anyway. But if we need to make a commitment and hold a couple spots open to not fill them for the year to help with the budget.
Because we did that, when you guys asked for the hiring freeze, we had like 9 positions, right?
And we did that for a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And we've done it before, and we can make do. There are things that fall behind when you do that,
Yeah.
but just like anything. But I'm confident we'd be able to help out and work
Thank
something.
you. We've gotten a few things that have come up that we didn't anticipate. The day before Thanksgiving, we got a 55% increase in our bill from our risk insurance.
700 grand.
So, yeah. So that was something that wasn't anticipated, so.
And our
we were-
sales tax is
we were
down
kinda close.
501,000.
And then, so our revenues are going like this, and our expenses are going like that, and that intersection is $812,000 apart right now.
Thank you, sir. Like,
Thank
so
you.
if we came to you and said, hey, listen, we're probably just not gonna be able to fill. And even, as John was mentioning, one of the things that would help us a great deal is even if we said, could you hold off for 6 months on filling this position? Could you hold off on, would that be something that would be, I know none of it's except like what you want. Again, it's just the $800,000 buoy that we gotta overcome.
I would much prefer that, trying that avenue first, holding off for 6 months and stuff, than
And
kind of
cut.
spot altogether.
Versus
Yeah,
pulling.
yeah.
Just because with the, you get the unfunded mandates from the state, but you also get these mandates where you have to do these things. Well, I need staff to do that, and now we're split every which way. And the medical all the medical transports right now have escalated over the last,
Yeah.
I'd say, 2 years. And that's taken officers that are working out of the building to get them to their different medical.
So
I have
couple
one
other
other
questions.
thing
Oh,
that
go
came
ahead.
up, and I think this will be prudent to, you'll want to know this. I'm wondering if we don't assign our new HR person to do an explanation, like how many people could retire that aren't?
Yep.
We did that at the federal government, where you'd go, hey, you're losing money actually right now by working. Yeah. You know what I mean? Everybody knows what I'm talking about, where there's people that are beyond there. So like, maybe you go and we approach those folks and say, let us pay you your paid time off, your this leave, your that leave, and you've already got enough credit hours with the PERS 2 program. Yeah, I just think there's targeted ways that we could
Yep.
do it through attrition. But then I think there's also going to I think that you probably will have a couple of cuts to make.
Yeah. So a couple questions I got is the capacity of your jail. How full are you right now?
This morning, we're at 206.
And what's your targeted number that you would like to see us at? Max? 240?
We get concerned at about 220.
220?
We can hold up to 300, but at about 220, the mattresses, the blankets, the uniforms gets kind of scarce for rotations for laundry and stuff like that. So we like to keep it around less than 220.
And where are we at with the pads that we're going to be renting the inmates? Have we got those coming or?
They started wiring the facility for the Wi-Fi for him
Okay.
right before Thanksgiving. His projection is to be done by Friday this week,
Okay, and then we'll be able to start
And
creating
hopefully-
the income?
rolling it out next week.
Good, so we'll be able to see probably by the first of the year, sort of a updated,
That's my hope.
what
So
we can
get like
see-
a projection of,
yeah. Are you gonna post that monthly or quarterly, or how are you gonna?
sure can, monthly,
Monthly would be great for us, because we
sure
got
can.
issues. We're trying to see where we can bring income in and where we can cut.
Yep, I'll make sure we do that.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any sort of, do you have any, estimate at all right now how much that would bring in?
I do not. So there's different functions that we can enable, and I know the FCC has got some, they passed a law about the phones, about how much profit was, and then they increased it to like 2 cents a minute, that you're allowed to, but it's on stay right now, and they're revisiting it this next coming year, which will affect what we can get for just the phone use and the tablets and any form of communication. So that could be harmful, less than what it currently is. The projections that I have are bigger facilities than us that they've made. I'd have to look. I think it was a couple $100,000 for the year. And so I don't have a projection right now, but I'm hoping like we can get it going, and then
Yeah.
we get like a month, and then we can kind of gauge from there.
How about the commissary fund? How are we doing there? Because I know that it had brought in a great deal of income that was a surprise to us. Is it
That
doing
was the
well?
lapse, yeah. So it's doing okay. That's gone down a little bit
It has?
this quarter from what it was bringing in before.
Okay.
Not to put you on the spot too much, considering you came in for one thing, but since you're here, I was wondering about the Medicaid money that was starting up at the beginning of the year, because I know it was originally supposed to start June, I think, or June or July, and then we got one payment of $152,000, and then it stopped with the jail, with the changeover in the jail. It stopped and then was going to be starting January 1st, and we only have $100,000 in the budget for 2026, which is less than the one payment that we received when it very first started. So I'm just wondering, was that budgeted really light because we were unsure how much we were going to get? Because we also lost, it sounds like, if I remember from speaking to the chief, or maybe it was even you, I think we had lost some other, like the state opioid response grant, that was going away and being replaced by the Medicaid funding and stuff. And so I'm just wondering if that was going away, which was $300,000, and we've only got $100,000 in for the Medicaid funding. Is that actually what we think we're getting, or was that a preliminary number that can be bumped up, or?
So my understanding, the chief's the one been dealing with the healthcare authority and all this stuff for the new year, and we're set to roll for it. But yeah, we did lose the granting for the opioid. I think it was the 350.
304 is what we have budgeted for 2025, but I think it's actually coming in more. I think it's actually coming in more than that for the year.
Yeah, that's the opioid. So
Yep.
we won't get that for next year. But the Medicaid, I think the projection is based off of kind of like what we've been getting, but it should increase, so we could probably increase it. I don't know about how much, though.
I mean, if you are able to find out, I mean, if you can look into it in any manner whatsoever and see if that can be bumped up, that would be great.
Okay, I will do so. On the Medicaid.
Yep.
And thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you coming up.
I mean,
Very
we're only looking for about another $800,000. So if you can bump it, I mean, if you can find that, that'd be exceptional.
Be our hero, will you?
I do have one question for you. We were talking about accreditation in the spring.
Yes,
Is that still on track?
yes.
And that should help us too with anybody that got wobbly kneed about that, so where,
Yep. Worked with them, so all the prior standards they're accepting from are 100% approval already, and I just have to approve 17 by January 31st. Perfect. Is the deadline, so
Thank you.
we're on track.
Thank you.
Well done. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So one other area that I looked at here on this sheet that Tim gave us was salaries and wages for the prosecuting office, prosecuting attorneys. Actual in year-to-date in 2025 is 1.4, and they have 2.3 preliminary budget in 26. So maybe there's a couple
Which one are you looking
positions. Prosecuting attorney line item 101,480. I know that the 1.4 is going to go up because that was year-to-date. But
Yeah,
we'll-
that was as of I think it was the end of September that
end
that
of
number
September,
was.
so 3 months to go there.
I mean,
But it looks like that their 2026 budget is far above that.
2.3 million is what is budgeted for 2026 so far.
I'm thinking about positions there. What do you think, Commissioner Bauman, Mr. Danzel?
sorry, I was answering a question here. What was the question, sir?
Well, a line item on the prosecuting attorney's office, 101,480, 24, they use 1.9680, or 1,968,000. Year-to-date in 25, they're 1.4, but that's with 3 months to go. And the preliminary budget, they're 2.3 for 26. Is there a chance there? we
I
can-
do know how that happened, actually, I think. You all signed an budget resolution 7 or 8 pages long. Buried in there was a new salary matrix for. So what happened is that 3 positions that got sort of a nominal increase, like a step increase, like everybody. Like, say, I'm just gonna make numbers up because just for the betterment of quickness of getting it out. So instead of being a 21-1, they were gonna move to a 21-2 or whatever. Well, in the resolution that you gentlemen signed, that I don't think you intended, I don't think it was very fully vetted out. This is my opinion, because I've asked each person individually, and none of you knew this. What ended up happening is their wages went from like 125 to 100, like 185.
How many positions?
What's that?
How many positions did that?
2.5. So,
Well, if it was buried in there and we raised them, we can certainly reduce them, can we not?
yeah, but I mean, I just didn't think that, but you're asking the question, why is it more? Why is there more requests? And this is at the same time, you recall, this is like my, some people probably remember, this is like my first meeting here that this, I was sitting here, Eric Johnson was sitting here, and the prosecutor's office came in and asked for you to, I believe, eliminate at least one position for the purpose of raising everybody else's salaries, if I'm not mistaken. That's
Is this where they came back and asked to refund that position
this year?
this year?
Yeah, so, and
They-
that was one of the requests that Tim already went over and then we said no to. So that's already baked in. But
No, make it clear, Mr. Danzel, that asking to replace that position came later. It's come later during our budget talks that they asked to replace that position. That wasn't during this time. This time was, they asked to raise up these salaries a little bit, but in essence, they raised them up a great deal.
yeah, it was a 2-step thing and you guys signed it. I mean, so it's lawful. But I just am asking each and every one of you.
I think we need to review that.
Nobody's had any clue.
Can we review that resolution? Could we get that for clarity for this next meeting, for review that?
Oh, yeah, we have the resolution.
Because,
And that's kind of the thing too, that like is inherent with what you've been told recently when it comes to what your say is over the budget and why I've recommended.
Yeah.
And this is not in a bad way or a mean way or a negative way. It's just so that you can have control in case we get into a really bad situation with our revenues.
we're there,
I see it coming.
yeah.
I think John sees it coming, frankly. I mean, you just can't continue like a rocket ship, just to continue to be the hottest thing ever, without ever a plateau or kind of a dip. What Tim and the guys worked on at the auditor's office were to come up with a robust set of financial policies so that when we do hit the dip, eventually we're gonna have 10, 12, 15, hopefully 10, 12, 15 million in a reserve fund. You know,
Yes.
At least 8, 7 or 8. And that's where, when we get into these tough positions and we have a 60% increase in $700,000, you can kind of withstand that. And it also comes in handy with the COLA conversations and the VIVA. But one of the points I was gonna make is just our overall total revenue from sales tax coming in is down by like $500,000.
501,000, yeah.
That's a lot.
Between that and the 55% increase in our, those two there are the crunch numbers that have hurt us big time.
Like I said, Tim and I, we were like halfway high-fiving and stuff a week and a half ago. We thought we were, $24,000 apart in balancing a budget, and then we got a bill that said, hey, you owe an extra $700,000.
And then the unfunded mandates by the state on OPD, that is another killer on our budget.
So here's the deal on that, and I would be lying if I said this here, so the state has forever and ever promised but under-delivered on shared revenues.
Yep.
So we put on, in fact, every office to a certain degree puts on, service on behalf of the state, but where it's really evident is the courts, right? State brings witnesses, and the state brings this, and the state brings that. It's never the county is bringing, arrests or, and so anyway, long story short, I feel like we've gotten hosed on that in the past. And I'll tell you that, and this is where it's a kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. The first thing is, I know very well that you do not want to raise taxes or lift the lid or any of that stuff,
Nope.
like ever.
Not right now, that's for sure.
And I get that. And here's what's one of the things that the public should know, and I think that everybody would be better for this, is that is, the commissioners are very limited in what you can do revenue-wise. There's just not a lot of different revenue sources. Talking into this, don't I? There's just not a lot of revenue sources that are available to you out there. And so, like when you talk about the 1% lift, kind of the deal there is that it wouldn't net you but about $120,000, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and this is actually in your last budget document, so this is something that we do need to discuss. In your last budget document, you talk about the idea of doing that, of taking that 1% increase every year, because it compounds, just like everything would, right? So if you're able to always make a little bit more because you're taking more. It's just, it's where I think the personal and professional, are at a crossroads. Because you can see that there's just no business on earth, for example. If Steve Bauman, if B4 Development went in and charged the same price as he did in 1993 as he did today, he'd go broke. That's true of government too. I mean, just being a realist. But it's all about like, what are we going to be able to actually afford to be able to provide the services? And then being transparent with the citizens of, hey, this is every municipality across the state's going through this. So if you see a lack of reduction or a reduction of services in a certain area, it's not because we don't want to do that. It's because we got the state of Washington telling us we've got OPD mandates, and we've got these mandates, and we've got those mandates, and we've got Growth Management Act mandates, and we've got mandates that affect John's office, and mandates that affect the coroner's office, and mandates that affect and almost without failure, they're never funded. And so basically what they're pushing you into the decision of making is go soft on crime, don't prosecute anybody, that way you won't spend money on OPD, take money out of your road fund so that you can pay for all these other mandates, your infrastructure is going to fall apart, and what do you guys do? I guarantee that none of you got into it to run for a county commissioner so that you could find funding for people that commit crimes that just can't afford attorneys.
I think the state has pushed us into not prosecuting criminals too.
Yeah.
Tell me the last time we had a conviction within our courts.
It's going to be less and less because I'll tell you what, there's just no funding.
So they're pushing us into OPD, fighting for these people's freedom or their right to not be falsely accused or to be set free, and they're being set free anyway because we're not convicting them.
I think they want it cleansed.
We're just wasting money on our court system and
It's
not
almost as if
accomplishing anything.
it's almost as if they're trying to defund the police in a different way, because that backfired.
Defund
And
our court
so
system.
They're just going to defund the court system so that it doesn't do that.
Or they're not going to defund it. They're going to make our taxpayers pay for this false screen that we are prosecuting criminals, and we're not.
So I think that it's really, really important that we have this conversation for a couple of different reasons. I think we need to sit down with our courts, and we need to have this conversation because indigent defense has almost no criteria. And so when our judges assign counsel from the Office of Public Defense, and there is virtually no criteria with which somebody qualifies for taxpayer-funded defense, it's a part of the thing that's driving this up. I don't know how we do it. I don't know the proper process, but there needs to be criteria with which somebody that has committed a crime in our communities or are accused of committing a crime that they aren't indigent. They need to pay for their own defense, and just this free-for-all of taxpayers' money and causing this spike in our Office of Public Defense is not acceptable. And I think it'd be great to have a roundtable with our Superior Court and say, what do we do? Because we need to have that tough discussion. Because as I've been trying to learn and watch over the last 2 years of being a commissioner, it appears, don't put words in my mouth when people that are hearing this and hearing what I'm saying, it appears that there is virtually no criteria with which indigent defense counsel is assigned.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I wrote a bill on this. So when I was in the Senate, I didn't get a hearing. I know that's going to shock you. But I didn't get a hearing where the people that were claiming indigent defense had to provide their last 3 tax records, like what they paid in taxes. I think it's only fair.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think that they need to make a move towards that. Give me your tax returns for the last 3 years, and we'll see if you're indigent. Because indigent is actually described in the law. You know, like they have
just
poverty
not-
lines.
Yeah, it's just that we don't have any mechanism apparently for enforcement's not the right word, but when a judge assigns defense,
Yeah.
it's just allocating taxpayers' funds to do something, and it appears that there's virtually no criteria. And if there is, I would be happy to be described how that what I'm learning is wrong.
You're not wrong. In fact, there's a long history behind it. It started with the Warren Court, where they were made into activists rather than just deciphering the law, what's legal and what's not legal, you know, and they become activists in a certain way. And I totally agree with you.
I might have a solution for us. And they've done it other places in the country.
Yeah.
If they're not of our Franklin County residents, we get them a bus ticket and we ship them to Seattle. We don't prosecute them. We just buy the bus ticket and ship them over to Seattle. Because if they're not over here and the West Side's the one that's putting the mandate on us, we'll let them handle it.
They did it in Florida and New York, I
That's
think.
what I'm saying. It's been done elsewhere.
It's
Texas,
something similar.
I don't know if any of our cases qualify for this, or if this funding is even available anymore, but I know, I think it only happened 1 year when I first started. So, I mean, this might have been like 14 or 15. I think we got some extraordinary criminal justice costs, like a grant that we got from the state for a murder trial that we had back then. I don't know if that funding even exists anymore, or if we would ever even qualify for it anymore.
No, what Commissioner Didier said, we had too many years, this is just my opinion, we had too many years of well-intentioned county representatives going and begging the legislature to allow us to tax ourselves more, instead of making the fight for shared revenues. And so, and I especially think, I've been having a lot of conversations with folks over in Olympia. This year was bad. I think this upcoming legislative session is going to get bloodier. So I don't know. We used to have all these programs that were pretty good, actually. They, like the meth pilot program, got kids off doing meth, you know, saved lives, millions of lives. And that went away. And all I can tell you is in 2017, when I left that place, we had so much money in surplus that we didn't know really what to, I mean, we were thinking of like, what are we going to, like road projects in Eastern Washington, what can we do, you know? And to see that we've now gone so far in just a short amount, I didn't think it was possible. We put measures in place, like a reserve fund, we called for reserve fund in the legislature, and they just totally undid all that and blew past it. And it's a scary thing that we've got going on right now, because there's a lot of folks that have never signed the front of a paycheck, that are making laws for people, that's all they do.
And aren't we to the point now where they want, or have they given us the opportunity as commissioners, instead of raising it 1% to 3%, they're pushing for that. They're pushing,
It's our own people.
they're pushing for a income tax, and we're looking at all this now down the road, on top of all the other taxation that we got. And our state is bankrupt. So we've got to figure out how we're going to manage this problem ourselves, and I think bus tickets are a cheap, easy way to get rid of the problem. I think we should start a new account for bus tickets to ship people we don't want to deal with, that aren't residents, back to where they
And-
belong.
I think you'd have higher numbers of ridership.
Well, this would be Greyhound, it wouldn't be transit.
Would that be in,
Unless we get transit to make a bus run to Seattle. I don't think they
That was a
would do it.
joke and well, not
would that
well
be
done.
in the non-departmental category?
Yeah. So, as far as it's past 12, I don't see legal here yet.
I think,
And-
I really believe, I think it's gonna be about 1 o'clock. What I would recommend, everybody go maybe grab a bite to eat. And then maybe if you're thinking of things that you wanna talk about further, once we get past that, we can, John and I will, and Teresa will breathe a bigger sigh of relief. Cause it's beating your head. You got till midnight on the first Monday of December to get that.
But that's just for this right here.
I know.
And all we're looking at here is, there's only one that I'm concerned about. And
Yeah.
that's because they've been out competing for land out here in the blocks, and that's the Port of Pasco.
Yeah.
And I seen their budget already, I've looked that over, but,
Okay.
I mean, all we're trying to do is make a statement. Stop it.
You want to
Recess?
recess until one, Commissioner Brown.
Tim, looking down this list, it's on our third page, Superior Court. I only see 2 items in there. Maintenance and interpreters. Is that the only 2 items that are in that?
Yes, in there, so they also have the main Superior Court cost comes in the aid to other government budget in 101,720.
Which page is that?
It would be towards the back. And there's no,
10720? 10720.
That's another area where, and it's just, again, maybe it's when we meet with Harold at the city of Pasco, that we've talked about trying to partner with them on, to be able to reduce costs and bring down.
101,720, did you say?
correct.
I guess I'm not seeing it.
So, I mean, so the main part of their cost is this right here. This is where we pay Benton County for. So what we have on there is 1,277,436.
Page, are we looking at?
This number right here is not going to be on your sheet because it's not, there wasn't an additional request. This was their baseline budget that they submitted to you during the workshops, and there's no change to it. And so this is what it started at, and that's what is just in there right now. But it's 1,277,436.
So
And these are the monthly
adopted
payments that we
budget,
make to.
1.184, and now they're asking for 1.277.
Correct.
And so what is this 1.3 million for?
It would be mostly salaries and benefits, but it's on the Benton County side. They send us that number of what the baseline amount is, and that's essentially what we put in. I mean, it's, I'd have to look for,
Is that not like support staff and that, because the judges are paid directly through the state?
I think there's some there might be some judge's salary in there too, but there's a lot of, there's a lot of support staff and stuff in that number.
So that 1.277, is that our proportionate share, or we have a
Correct.
proportionate share of that?
It's our 30% share of the, it shows 2025 was 29%, our 30% for 2026.
Man, I know this sounds crazy, but I think this, and especially, this is just something that's happening anyway with we already saw that Benton County's lobbyist, which is another area I need to talk to you gentlemen about, is lobbying. But where they're already asking to try to split the Superior Court, Franklin have its own, Benton have its own. Forever and ever, just on its nose, you think that it's going to cost more money. I don't know that that's necessarily accurate.
I know
think
our
that-
sheriff has wanted for years for the court to be separated by county.
Yeah.
That's something that he's been pushing for years. He's believes that Franklin County doesn't get proper representation, and so, do you know what their push is or their reasoning for them to want to split the court?
I think that it's just, for them, I think it's a pain in the rear end. I think we're seen as, if you want me to just be honest, I think it's.
No, not right now.
Okay,
Let's-
just later on.
later.
Yeah. I think that we're seen as the redheaded stepchild. I think that we're seen as the.
Franklin County is seen as that.
I believe that. I believe that because I believe that we are.
Trying to keep a straight face here.
Yeah. Who was that? Anyway, I think we're seen as like there's less people. I mean, if you just being a realist, the entirety of the voter block for those positions comes out of Benton County. It's very hard for a Franklin County I believe Sean Sant ran, actually, and had a hard time being able to get any footing because there's just overwhelmingly more people in Benton County. But here's where it is for me, and this is where I think you touched on it with talking about municipal court with Pasco and Judge Orozco and their city administrator, which I think we should do. But on this, the issue is, and we've come across it a couple times this year too, just in general, is they're directly accountable to Franklin County citizens. And so if something isn't going right, you can remove them. And I've always been a bigger fan of that. I've always been a bigger fan of having more local control and being able to say, Judge Didier, if you were a judge, I don't like what you did, so I am going to oppose you in your net. To me, that's the whole check and balance of the court and legal system. Because otherwise, you get into a deal where, and I'll just say what I believe on this, is that the judges think that all government revolves around them. And that's why there will be this thing where we'll get a notice of, hey, not usually district court, but superior court, of, hey, you need to provide X, Y, and Z. And they'll know that we don't have the attorneys to do it. And they'll know that we don't have the scheduling. They'll know that we don't have the budget. And it's kind of like this thing that's like tough, you know what. And I think that it would be nice, and it's gotten pretty pervasive in this current makeup we have. I think it'd be so if you have that flippant of an attitude towards people that directly elect you, I think it's true of every office. I don't think that there should be bi-county commissioners. I don't think there should be bi-county assessors. I don't think there should be bi-county sheriffs. I don't think, you're elected to represent directly your people. And when you mix counties like this, one of the bigger issue is that you're just always going to pay more attention. And I don't even think it's just human nature.
We're finding that on Ben Franklin Board of Health.
Absolutely.
We've
They're going
had-
to pay more attention to the people where there's more people.
We're having
Yeah.
conflicts with the 4 commissioners. 2 are voting against, Commissioner Mullen and I, and 2 voted for
Yeah.
on these septic tanks. You're perfectly right. And I think that maybe, how many judges do you think we'd need in Franklin County if we had our own?
We currently have how many? on the Bi-County?
6, I think.
7. I
Seven,
think it's eventually
yeah.
7. And I tell you, all these court administrative costs, and we sign
Yeah.
ILAs with their IS people, and then, I don't know if you remember, but that, there were some issues with that earlier this year where things showed up during court that were not great. And, anyway, so long story short, we kind of sign a lot away of our rights to, even in our own courtroom.
Yep.
They even wanted a place that we wouldn't have access to in our own courthouse for some of their, and so that was something, I had a conversation I need to have with information services. But as we grow and Pasco becomes the bigger metropolitan area of the three, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to have them be the ones that control the, there's more people that live over there because you've got Prosser and West Richland and Richland and Kennewick. But the biggest city of them all is Pasco. I mean, so I think we're in a deal where we're just at a natural, and this is where I kind of my opinion with Matt and Jared on the other side of the river is, rather than having knockdown, drag out fights or having, what happened with human services happen, like ultimatums and things like that. I think that as normal, rational people, you can come to the table and just say, hey, listen, we didn't think that we were going to have 100,000 people in Pasco by now. Look at the accidents that are taking place. Our infrastructure hasn't kept up with growth. We're probably going to have to go our own way on some of these certain things, and it's probably going to make sense because what sense does it make? It'd be like having Seattle send to Tacoma, or Federal Way people. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make a lot of sense that you take the big area and we're moving them, shipping them out to these smaller areas. One of the prescriptions was to take people from Pasco and send them to Prosser
For court services?
for some of our servicers here, not court services, but on some of these bi-county things. And so that gets a little bit rough when you're having to do that because Prosser is technically the county seat of Benton
Benton
County.
County.
And they're trying to undo that, and that'll be interesting to see.
What, they've tried that numerous times before. What is the process of separating? I believe it's an act of the state legislature to separate the Bi-County Superior Court. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. And it goes back to something else I was going to say. We haven't had a lobbyist, and I don't know, I didn't get a lot of warm and fuzzies based on the feedback I receive from certain individuals that I respect highly, that you two respect highly, that happen to run our planning, building, and economic development division here in Franklin County, about Wassac's approach to the OPD. And I know that we got kind of a little bit burnt with our lobbyists in the past, but I do have a couple folks that I think that would be a good voice for us, that we should at least entertain. And so that's a decision to make here, and it's a professional service.
Cost do you think it would be?
I think we could do it so significantly less, $2,500 a month, something, I mean, while we're in, I don't know the exact amount, but he's even said he wants Franklin County because these things mean something to him. He was directly worked for J.T. Wilcox in the legislature, worked for Paul Harris. He's the mayor of Yelm, and he also has his own firm. And so he's a local government guy. That's kind of where his passion is. I think we could have him work on a lot of these different issues. I've got another couple of folks that have reached out to me wanting to know if we wanted representation, but it just depends. Again, this is on you, gentlemen. If you feel like Wassac is going to bat for us in the way that you're wanting, or if you want a little extra representation, it's a decision to make.
Voice, yeah.
I think that we need a lobbyist and would love to see a presentation and a proposal
Okay.
for us for that reason as soon as possible. I think it's something that we're 3 months behind the gun on already.
Yeah.
We needed to put it in the budget, so time is of the essence. Maybe Wednesday, huh? Better get on the phone.
You know what the thing is I think it's still in there for professional services.
I was going to say, I think it's
I
already,
think we're there.
already
I
in
think,
there.
and I think that we're in,
Should be in our-
timing-wise, we're in okay shape because there are two things. Number one, there's going to be a whole new slew of legislators. Even though there was a special election year, there always is. They retire, they resign. New people get new committee assignments, so that's going to be important. But then number two, the proximity. having someone that lives over there a full year round. A lot of the people that are lobbyists, they kind of cruise in on their yachts. They lobby for Chevron and Walmart and Fred, the biggies. And then when legislative session's over, they're in Antigua. So the one benefit about a few of these gentlemen I'm talking about is like they're here, they're grounded, they've got roots in the community, and they
Up on
believe
the
in what
s-
we believe in.
Up on the screen is,
24,000 we have budgeted.
We do? Because I'm looking underneath the commissioners and I don't see it. What department is it under?
It's not on your sheet because there wasn't any, it's the same as the other one. There wasn't any change
But we got
from what the
24,000
original.
on there? I think
Correct.
we can reduce that and hire him.
Well, we
2,500 a year.
paid- This year we're gonna, because we only did half a year's worth of contracting. But I think that you're gonna, it's money well spent. I'll tell you why it's money well spent. You wanna know why? Here's the biggest reason why. Appropriations that we wouldn't have any knowledge of. And just someone there that Commissioner Bauman serves on LSC. So someone that Commissioner Bauman can have a good contact with that says, make that push, go talk to, and I'll help you. Go talk to so-and-so, go talk to Curtis King, go talk to, these certain people and get this over the finish line and we'll forever, you'll be our guy forever. And this is the kind of, some of these folks that I'm mentioning, there's more than one, are the kind that I worked well with, that had the tact to know when to ask and how to ask for it. And so this is just my opinion and advice to you. They're people that I would hire personally.
Okay. It's already in the budget. That's good.
Yeah.
So
Cheaper than that would be better.
You want me to get him to come and do a little presentation for you?
Yeah. but
that'd be
don't have to
great.
do That
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah. No, I want it to happen soon as well. It's just, there's competing things with,
We're only gonna have 2 meetings in December
yeah, we've got, yep.
if we can pay all the bills.
Yep. And the kind of, would you guys be opposed to a special meeting to discuss that? Yeah,
I'd be okay with
okay.
that.
Very good.
I feel like that my mind's really been turning on this thing of indigent defense. And what's our total OPD budget? Something that shows 24, 25,
Moving target.
or not, I should say 23, 24 of actual spent.
There was an adopted budget of 2.15 million in 2025 and preliminary budget with, if you did all the requests, it'd be like $2.8 million.
Well, I'm just looking historically of what we've actually spent. So 2.3 in 23 and 2.1 in 24, and our actuals in 25. So we take 2.1, and then we did a transfer.
We just transferred here not too long ago.
How much did we transfer?
I remember 350?
My thing is I think the judges need to be involved in that, So like when we talk about this and it's coming just from county commissioners, they don't respect us a bunch because they just think of us as a complaint arm.
You mean the part where that they recuse themselves when we seek relief on
Yeah.
something or other?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got me really confused.
And same with the Supreme Court. And so I really believe that the way that this is going to end up, if we have any kind of a victory at all on any of this, is just that it's going to come from judges. We need our judges to step up and say, because I kind of got into not a direct conversation in my previous role in Ferry County. I got a call from a judge, Superior Court judge, saying that if we don't provide all these indigent defense attorneys, that it was gonna be on me, and that they were gonna kick out all these people out of the jail. And I said, I can't sprout attorneys from the ground. I said, and so that's a very, in my opinion, that's an incredibly lazy way of looking at it, to just say, even though I know that you have no ability to fix this thing because you don't have the money or the ability to hire attorneys, it's on you if I have to release this person because of the 72-hour hold rule, and you didn't provide an attorney for them. And my response back was, well, you're the attorneys. Where's the Bar Association? Where's all the people that actually know all the attorneys? You know, like the people that run for county commission, you try to avoid attorneys like the Black Death, right?
I am not an attorney.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, it's kind of an interesting deal where you're put into this position of trying to have to do all this public defense. Now we talk about the radios, and at the same time, you guys aren't shifting any of the road fund, and you're not increasing taxes. And that's in a way, I think you guys should be really incredibly proud of yourselves to be able to be in a position where we're at right now, where you're not having to do these incredibly ridiculous things like a 38% across the board cut, you know, in Thurston County, or a dipping into. We met with him the other. There's certain municipalities in the area that are dipping into their reserves by $7 million to pay. You know.
Well, I'd have to say it was just the fact that we are businessmen, and we had good direction with our administrator, and we had good numbers.
Yeah.
And we can see a bad situation when it's on the forefront, and we're trying to avoid it. And we're still not out of the woods here, and we're heading into dark territory that's going to put us in it, whether we want to be or not.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, could I recommend that we have a brief recess, that we go get maybe a bite to eat, and then by that time, I still haven't heard back from our legal counsel, but at that time, it'll give you a chance to circle back with him, give you guys a chance to be able to, you know, kind of take in what we've,
Discussed.
yep.
And Tim, did you come up with the number that
I think it
we
was an
transferred?
$885,000 transfer, I do
It
believe.
was 885?
That's what I remembered. It was way up there. So we adopted a $2.1 million budget, and then we're gonna transfer another 80. So we're gonna be at almost $3 million. So almost $1 million increase, $800,000 increase in 1 year.
And isn't he asking for more already? I mean, he was requesting more. Was he OPD?
He requested 650, and right now in this budget that was presented to us today is a 325,000.
So I will just say, yes, but Larry, his hands completely forced by the Supreme Court. So, yeah, when I talk to Larry, he gets more agitated than you gentlemen, because he feels like a fool for having to come in and ask for this. He thinks that it's not right. There's a lot of recidivism. He thinks that there's so repeat customers, if you will. Yeah. And no, I mean, trust me, when Larry comes into my office, Teresa can talk to this and actually speak to this with some firsthand knowledge. He comes in and we think that we got to put him on suicide watch. I mean, he's just, his head's hanging, his knuckles are drag. Well, his knuckles always kind of drag a little bit, but I mean, he's not in a good way. You know, he's very, very embarrassed about asking for this. I don't know what you do on it. To be honest, it takes a legislative fix. This OPD stuff is just going to be the canary in the coal mine, I'm afraid, because it's another one like McCleary, where the courts are stepping out of their bounds and they're saying the legislative authorities are gonna finance all this. And what I personally think, this is just a personal thing, and I've been called a conspiracy theorist before, but I don't think I am, having spent time there and being a commissioner and being here. This is all a move to go light on crime. This is all, there's an overwhelming majority of people in the legislature that actually want, they want no bail. It's the same thing that no cash bail. Everybody that commits a crime, deserves 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, regardless of what the crime was.
57 arrest with
Yeah.
no convictions.
And you see it. You hear news stories on it where you go,
Recently,
well, how
there
the
was
hell did
one
that
that
guy
was-
get out 42 times to be able to read?
Recently, there was one in Chicago that he had 96 arrests and no convictions.
Are you kidding me?
No? That was a story just a couple of weeks ago. Arrested 96 times and he's still innocent.
Hey, it's like you're 44 too, so 96 and 0.
The 2 is iffy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short, yeah, it's incredible. It's really kind of an incredible
So
thing.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question. Is it appropriate for us to ask Larry to come, Sean to come, and our Superior Court to come and us have a workshop and wrestle this idea? Because if the Superior Court is going to continue to assign indigent defense counsel just across the board, where that it is doing to our budget what it's doing. I mean, we went up 800,000 in 2025 on a $2.1 million budget. We increased it.
Yeah.
That's 1 year. That's the first year of these unfunded mandates that the state have pushed down, and I think we need our judges and our Office of Public Defense and our prosecuting attorney's office to sit here and say, here's what our recommendation is, because they are asking us to do something that we don't have magic pixie dust to do.
I agree with you. So the answer is yes. I think the answer is 100% yes. And I would just ask all those folks that you're going to have, did you run on taking money out of hardworking taxpayer wallets to be able to pay for people that commit crimes that can't afford their own attorney? And not one of them is going to say yes. They're going to say, we're going after justice, we're going after FICWA. And this is where we've gotten into this goofiness where if everybody just silos themselves off, if we don't work together, if we don't have what you're talking about, then I think we're done. I mean, I think it's a necessity, because it's not just going to touch OPD. Pretty soon, what you're going to have is, and you've already got this, is the judges are going to go start freaking out on us and the prosecuting attorneys, telling us that that we need to provide this or we're going to kick them out. And then some of them you're not going to want to kick out, because it's going to be pretty grotesque, terrible crimes that they've committed. And again, so this goes back to this. I think they're going soft on crime. So me, personally, this is the kind of conversation I think we need to have. I think you need to have a conversation where you go, can we talk about the idea of just not prosecuting minor misdemeanors for kids under the age of whatever and get them in a deferment program? Can we kind of take a look at are we going to really spend all of our resources and all of our time and all of our money on certain things that's kind of nominal compared to the other things? Or are we going to go after the big bad people and just give everybody a fair warning? Hey, it's not us. The state of Washington's kind of made this like the Wild West again. So we're going to do our best to prosecute people and hold them to account, but within reason, because what the state of Washington's mandating you to do with all this, when you add it all up, is it's mandating you to take away your entire purpose for being, which is to the public safety and the infrastructure of the road system here in Franklin County.
You keep bringing it up, my 44 and 1. And I think that's kind of where we're at. How fast is it reasonable to ask to have this conversation? I would like to not pass this until we have that conversation. We added $800,000 in 1 year to the Office of Public Defense. That was an almost, I don't know, what is that? That's well over 25% increase in 1 year.
Mm-hmm. We have a deadline of the 15th to get budget numbers to my office.
Yeah.
This,
You do. Here's my opinion on that. I don't think that you're going to get any change out of it.
So
Yeah.
as has been pointed out to me numerous times by numerous different offices, the only thing that I have is the budget. So do we just go and start cutting budget? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, and then here's kind of the deal is that you can amend it. And do you remember, if you remember, like in our executive sessions, which I can't speak freely about, as you well know, you'll know that might be the way that we need to go moving forward anyway.
So what might that look like? Is that where that we go and say, every budget that has been presented to us, every budget is going to be reduced by X percent?
Yeah. It's
And-
actually what you wanted to do with, what you were thinking and asking us about what you could do with the junior taxing districts, but it's the ones that you have absolute total control over. Every single elected official, every single department head. You just tell them that you'd like to see whatever you'd like to see.
That makes the balance come quickly by doing it in that fashion.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's the right way to do it, but we're $812,995 separate right now from where we need to be.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we recess until a time of your choosing.
We will go into recess. We got 20 minutes till 1, so let's say 1:30.
Yeah. I think that works
Let's
fine.
recess to 1:30,
Yeah.
and at that time, we'll reconvene.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back from our recess. It is 1:30. I'll reconvene the meeting and go from here. So I guess you're looking for direction on which route to go on this budget in order to get it into play, into balance.
You are correct.
Commissioner Bauman, do you have any suggestions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I think that I would like to ask our administrator and Mr. Anderson maybe if they would, I don't think it would take probably a lot of effort or work, but come back with a report on where growth has happened within Franklin County and give us, I guess it's kind of, my thought process is a little bit based on the last in, first out. So that we have a big gap to fill, $813,000, and if they were to provide us some of that information of where the growth has happened in the most recent times, that would give us, I think, a clearer picture of where to begin the process of getting this budget to balance.
And with that, I'd add to please look into the PA's office with this resolution that I've looked over here and the increase in salaries. I can tell you where some of that growth occurred. How much and where could we cut the prosecuting attorney's budget? Also, the emergency radios. The situation we're into now is I feel like everybody's telling me we're locked in. Are we locked into this situation? Are we bound to this contract? Because I sat here and asked those two gentlemen, all we were doing is agreeing to join the CCOM, and that wasn't the fact. And they weren't honest with me. I want to know, are we obligated to this $980,000 this year, plus every year subscriptions and everything that these are going to cost when we're looking at Starlink already being available and the possibility of having their own Starlink line? That's another area we need to look at because the savings on that would be dramatic.
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner, my understanding is that, yes, we could get out of that. However, that we would be, the way the agreement is written, and this is, I'm not an attorney, so this is what my recollection in talking with Jeff Briggs, is that we would still be on the hook for paying for all of the implementation of all this. We just wouldn't be able to utilize it. So I don't know what, that's the part that there was no exit clause that was clean. There was no escape clause that I saw, and then I asked, like I said, our legal counsel, and I don't know of any way of getting out of the initial upfront payment anyway. Now, ongoing, I don't know about that. I just asked about the initial, setup and whether we were bound by that or whether that was a vote of just joining CCOM. The way it was explained to me by our legal counsel is it was a vote to join CCOM and to expend those dollars.
They didn't make that clear when I asked them the question. In fact, there was no answer from them on that. When I asked them if this was just to join CCOM, we're not obligated to be in the radios. And their indication was that we weren't. Unless Commissioner Bauman remembers something else, but there was no reply from them, and they got the deer in the headlight look.
So CCOM is jointly owned by what's called the Big Five.
Yep.
That's Benton Franklin, Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland, and it services 23 different agencies within our Benton Franklin counties, the fire districts, hospital districts, public works, different things. So we already are a 1/5 owner of CCOM as it exists today. It's managed by the city of Richland, and it has it's a very, very complicated structure, which is the reason that the conversation has been ongoing for the last year of making it a standalone agency so that it could, not that it can be autonomous because it's still owned by the Big Five, but so that it can operate. Numerous times, the parent company is Benton County Emergency Services, and sitting on the Benton County Emergency Services Board numerous times, I've made a motion in error because it wasn't a topic on the agenda that Franklin County gets a vote in. So it's a very, very complicated process, and I believe that it needs to be a standalone agency so that it can operate more freely. We are already an owner. As far as the emergency radios is concerned, Franklin County has no way or ability currently to have or operate emergency communications. We used to be our own dispatch center here in the basement of the courthouse, public services building attached to this building, and we went away from that, so we no longer have the infrastructure to even be able to provide that service. If we were not to be a part of this microwave upgrade, emergency communications upgrade, Franklin County, it would cost Franklin County roughly $17 million, $18 million to bring infrastructure up to a process wherewith we could operate emergency communications. Our proportionate share of this larger project that's underway, of which we're talking about this $1 million bill in our budget right now, our proportionate share of this larger project, which will give us all of that ability, is approximately $6 to $7 million. And so, while I don't like it any more than you do, I don't see a viable alternative. I agree that Starlink is an amazing technology. It's just simply not to a level that we can give it to our deputies and our firemen and give them a usable, viable option at this point. I believe it will come just like you do. It's just not there today, and I don't know another alternative.
We are going to expel a lot of money for an outdated product that'll, I predict, will be outdated in 1.5 to 2 years. And that to me is ridiculous. No reason why we couldn't keep going on the route we're going and pursue this avenue, but we were pushed into going with these emergency radios that are relying on towers instead of satellites. And the satellites is the better way to go. And I'm predicting that we are wasting money, taxpayers' money, on a radio system that'll be outdated in 1.5 years, if not less.
I certainly don't disagree with you that technology is coming. Will it be ready to take over in 1.5 to 2 years? I can't predict that. I do agree with you that it's a better technology. Line of sight to a satellite is nearly never lost, and so that is definitely. I just don't know what the alternative is today. And if a alternative does come to fruition in 2 years, and there is the opportunity, perhaps all the agencies can and will at that point. If 3 of the Big Five decide that that's the route to go, then we can go. I just don't know of an alternative today.
Well, getting back to the budget, I would say looking into attrition on the jobs at our jail, corrections, looking at the PA's office on the increase that was resolution 2025-074, and looking at reducing the 1.4 million into the emergency fund. I think we can balance this budget and move forward, looking at ways to get our 1.4 million into the emergency fund and meeting that goal with the possibility of selling off some of our properties that we own within the county that we're looking into currently.
That last comment you made was regarding reducing the transfer? You said
Yeah,
correct? You said
reducing the
corrections?
1.4 transfer into the emergency fund, but still meeting our obligation of 1.4 with attrition, with the jail, corrections, with other budgets that we could maybe trim. I mean, we need to look at every budget. Do we want to go across the board, every department, and cut every department a certain amount? That was talked earlier. This is just my suggestions. But then also with our emergency fund, that we start looking at the properties that we are in position now to sell to meet our goal of 1.4 million in our emergency fund.
I know our office did put together, in the last couple of months or so, we had started putting together some like trend data. I think it was 10 years or so of expenditure data. And I can't remember the depth that we went into, like FTE and stuff, to just see growth overall. But I can look to pull that up and get with Brian and discuss that as well.
Okay. And you're talking about the departments and where we could go with that across the board?
Yes, I mean, if I know Commissioner Bauman was talking about some of that stuff, and so I know we had done some recent work on it just for budget review committee meetings and the budget process in general, and so I think there's some decent data that we have that I can get with Brian at least initially, and
And I'm open to
at.
any other suggestions. If Commissioner Bauman's got any other suggestions of where we can get this budget in line.
We have some serious decisions to make that are going to, there'll be consequences to those decisions, but we have to balance our budget, and currently we're well over $750,000 of delta between where we are and where we need to be. And so I think that having showing where growth has been, I think is going to not necessarily answer that question, but help be a guide to where growth has happened and where we can and or need to make cuts. While some of that growth that we're going to identify is, I guess you would say, discretionary growth, some of it's mandated, where we don't have an option. And so I think it'll help paint a little bit of a picture to what to where some of those difficult decisions need to be made.
Just doing real quick pencil to paper here. That would get us about $525,000 of the 812. We would still have 288 to go.
What
Commissioner.
would get us?
If you looked at those, that resolution that you wanted me to on the increases.
On the PA,
And then I had put in there about 4 positions out of the corrections through attrition, about $100,000 apiece. You're looking at about $525,000. Our deficit is 813 for, we'll round up the $5. So we still have got $288,000 to come up with, or like you say, reduce the reserve fund by.
Yeah, and I mean, we'd have to look at the PA's positions. I think you're looking at and you may be right. I don't know. I'd caution on the dollar amounts on that, just because I know, like right now, I think last I checked, I think they were fully staffed as well. And like in the resolution, they have a DPA 4 and 5 position, which I actually took out as far as budget for that position, because they had it filled by a lower DPA. They had it like a DPA 2. They were fully staffed on lower level positions, and they had the 4 and 5s available for promotion, but they hadn't promoted anybody yet. And so I have removed, since they had it filled with the lower level, I took out the higher level budget for it and put in the lower level budget for it. So I just would caution on the savings for that until we can fully vet those numbers. You may be saying it perfectly right, and that may be good, but I just want to caution that maybe it's not quite as good as that. if there
And
were
we're
some
not making
changes on
any
that.
decisions today, but this is just direction. So, yeah, if you could do the checking, and then possibly, if we're gonna look at, last in, first out, positions in departments that we could eliminate.
Which ones? How do you want to direct me to? Do you want me and Tim and I to?
The last one's first out, or who we hired?
Well, sometimes that makes sense, sometimes that doesn't. So last in, first
Okay.
out makes sense if it's a position where you're doing retail service, right? That would make sense to eliminate it. If you're talking about an engineer, that for roads, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I just kind of, if you could narrow that down.
So what I think I hear you saying, Commissioner, is maybe where growth has happened or additional positions, not replacement positions. I think that's what I hear you saying.
Yeah.
Not replacement positions, but growth positions.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: I worry that we're gonna, and I have no problem doing this, but we've got till the 5th, unless we decide to do a special meeting. I can get you as much information or as little information as you want per each line item. My worry is that we could get rabbit trailed on this
Okay,
to a certain degree, where we know we have to pass a budget. We know that we can amend a budget. I would just caution the board on that the more that Tim and I have to get together and like go and try to track all this information down to get you information that you might not even use to make a decision with, the less we have to talk about the 812,000. And so that's just kind of we've got 5 days here, 4 now.
So your recommendation would be we give you direction of where to take that
Yep.
812 from.
Yep. That's what we need, actually.
So across the board, what percentage is that?
You have to.
Of that, let me rephrase that now as I think a little bit. Of the discretionary portion, that's probably not even the right way of saying it either. Of the, the mandated stuff, we don't have an option. What am I trying to say?
I think what you're trying to say is can we take a look at things like travel, like the fringe benefit-y type stuff where people are, do we need to go to physical trainings or can we do it through Microsoft Teams? I think there will be certain savings that way. I think. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's definitely a component. I have. I'm not even sure how to articulate this. I'm concerned that there's not an appreciation for the position that the Franklin County is in. And what I mean by that is I believe that there was over $6 million in request.
Yep.
And so that tells me that there's a lack of appreciation for the position that the county is currently at, which is we don't have the money, but we're asking for it anyway. And I think that there's a lack of appreciation for the actual position that the county is in, where that we don't have the money, but we're going to try to get it anyway. And so, yeah.
I would agree. There's a thing that exists in government where people feel, I don't know where this comes from, but they feel that like if they don't, and I know that you've heard this term, it's I'm gonna go to bat for my people, no matter what, even if you say no, because I want to show that I'm, like trying to get them a pay increase, and I struggle with that myself. Because of just the kind of the situation that we're in, number one, but then number two, if we know and we have data that shows that we're declining in all of our revenues, to then during budget time ask for what added up to be a $6 million increase, it feels like a slap in the face. The only thing I would remind you of is that, like, we've got the assessor sitting here now, and we've had the auditor sitting in, and the treasurer. I wholeheartedly believe that they're just trying to do their best job too of running their department. And so their focus is more on like their budget and how I can do the best job that the people independently hired me to do. And so it's kind of, you're kind of at loggerheads in certain areas, no matter what county government I've ever been a part of. There's this little bit of friction that exists, and it's good, really, because it's a check and balance on both the board and also the independently elected officials. But, yeah, I think that there's always going to be a little bit of a, I'm going to try to go to bat for my people element when it comes to budgeting.
I can appreciate that, but the ask was a 20% increase,
I agree.
just looking at the raw data.
Yeah.
And that to me portrays a lack of appreciation for the position that the county is actually in, with declining revenues, but we're gonna go for all that we can. And so,
I think there's probably also an element of shoot for the moon, knowing you're not going to get it. Hoping that you get half of what you put in.
That's very true.
well, I'm there's multiple areas where that I'm I don't know, a little bit, I don't know. I'll just keep that thought to myself at this point. Where that we're spending money above even what was appropriated, and that doesn't seem to be a problem in some cases, and so I don't.
I think I got our legal advice on this, so I need to take that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we gonna have legal here at all?
As far as your question earlier, Commissioner, I mean, 800,000 would be roughly 2% of. I mean, we've got a $50 million budget. 10 million of that's really beginning fund balance, and so really it's probably about 2% of a $40 million. I know that's a very rough number because it's probably going to be a little bit more than 40 million and everything, but.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Please.
Commissioner, if I might, that really should be something that every department should be able to manage, that type of a percentage. I know certainly in my budget this year, by holding off on filling positions for a short time, by watching expenses and so forth, we definitely, I'll use the term, turn back or not use more than 2% of our budget. In fact, it'll be over 5%. Now, to say you can just cut 5%, that's kind of tough because you don't know what expenses may show up all of a sudden, like postage. Every one of our departments has asked more for postage because we didn't control that. They all went up. But overall, again, though, addressing your point of the $6 million, I know several departments, mine included, did not ask for those even close to that. In fact, if you take the revenues that we are increasing coming in and the increase in the budget, we actually had a decrease in overall monies that we would need on that. I know several of the departments were like that. There may be a handful that were shooting for the stars, hoping that they could get to the moon, and I think that's inappropriate. And certainly is not the way I would like to manage my budget on that.
That's a very fair point. Yeah. I mean, the majority of the increases come from a very small amount of departments.
Are we going to have an opinion on the question here?
Yes, Mackenzie, do better with this. Council Lloyd is on her way down. She's been in consultation with Mr. Briggs. I believe what you're going to be told is that we do not have the ability to change what the separately elected boards at these different junior taxing districts have approved.
So we have to say yes, and we
Even though-
cannot change.
Well, yeah, you're not the port commissioner. Right, so they're the ones that submitted it, right? And so what will happen is what John had mentioned earlier, which is that he'll adjust it back down if it goes above the statutory maximums. But there's just, again, I preface this by saying, county commissioner job is people think you have a lot more control than you do. You have very limited control when it comes to the revenue side of things. That all started happening when the state of Washington started recognizing counties instead of individual independent counties as political subdivisions of the state. And then that's when the corporate kind of approach started to come with local governance, because the county's actually a corporation now. You know, it didn't start that way, but the way that government has worked and progressed, that's how it is.
My question is, then why do they need our signature?
My question.
On what?
This form, why do they need the chairman's signature? If it doesn't have any authority with it, what difference does it make? If we
You know,
can't do
Commissioner,
anything-
I don't think that there's anything on there that was different than last year or the year before.
No, I know, but the thing that has happened different from last year to this year is they're out buying farm ground.
I get you. And that's where I think, again, I think that the process you use for that is to give hell to the port commissioners if you've got a problem with it.
Well, I know enough neighbors gave hell to me, and I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that's what I
I
would.
told them to go down there and meet the port commissioners and talk to them.
But I think the question isn't even, about this year. It's just if there's no, if you can't do anything about it, what's the point of the process?
Yeah, why do I need to sign this if there's nothing I can do about it?
Commissioner, the main reason is because I cannot apply any of that without the commissioners certifying it. So you're certifying those amounts to my office because those independent taxing districts cannot certify to my office. So the only thing I can go off of is what's certified to me. If the commissioners don't certify it, I cannot apply it to the taxation.
I can't certify this because I didn't put together this information.
I understand, I'm just
You put it
sharing with
together.
you. No, I didn't put that
Who
together.
put this together?
Those are the individual budgets
Oh,
from them.
you put it together
Yeah.
because they submitted it to you.
It has to be submitted to the commissioners and then you certify to me.
So I would say that every one of these need to certify what they've put forth, not me, because
Yeah, and yet they can't. They can't certify direct. Yeah.
And maybe I put that in the wrong form, and I can put that in a better form for you in the future. But I promise you. We have to do this today.
I know, and I understand all this, but I'm certifying something that I didn't formulate or tabulate. I'm certifying information that they sent to me. I can't,
Correct.
Teresa.
yeah.
And so, yeah, and I've reviewed it. And so those are the figures. I just wanted to make sure that got
Okay.
to before I did it.
And I can assure you that if they do not have the statutory right to have that amount,
That
we will
you'll-
limit them.
You'll make the adjustment.
We're the watchdog for all taxpayers,
But
even
this,
though
but this
people
is
don't
why
think so.
this is why I want it on our webpage.
Yes.
Is so that the people out there recognize,
Yep.
without my signature, because I didn't tabulate any of this, none of this was put together by me,
Correct.
but by them, and I want them to see the
They
figures.
submit it, and they submit budgets and everything to your office, and Teresa puts those. Now,
And these are
again,
property taxes that are coming out of their monies to pay this. The constituents
They are,
out here.
those are taxations to
Yes.
the people of this county. That is
And
correct.
they need to be known that this is being tabulated, and some of them are voted on by you yourselves.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And in fact, the school stuff, the local school stuff is voted on. It's just voted on every 2 to 4 years for their, or less or more, bonds for buildings, what used to be an M&O, which is not maintenance and operations anymore. Now it's so overall, the majority are voted on,
Here
one
you
way
go,
or another.
John.
However,
It's
you guys
signed.
have to vote.
You're good. It's
No,
signed.
you guys have to vote.
Oh,
You have
Oh.
to vote on it before I can
Well,
accept it.
I don't know why we got to vote. Again, we don't have no say on anything. It's already been tabulated by other people, but can I have or we got to do it during Wednesday, today?
It has to happen today. I'd like to hear our counsel. I'd like to hear their explanation. You said she's on her way down.
Yeah, she was finishing something up, but then, yep.
So in this budget workshop, we can make a motion and pass it.
This isn't a workshop. This is our actual, final
Hearing. This is a
Okay,
budget
this is
hearing.
the final hearing. We can make a motion here and pass it. Okay.
Yeah. So what you're doing then by that, Commissioner, is instructing my office
To look at it.
to do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
to evaluate, make
So
sure.
otherwise, I cannot just, none of the other taxing districts, for the most part, have the authority to come straight to my office. Very few do.
I think the thing that you made a point on that I think is salient and also would answer a lot of the questions. I don't think that the general public knows how much of their tax money goes to all these, to the schools, to the junior taxing districts. And so by putting that out there and putting that on both our social media page, which I intend to do.
Please.
And then on our on our webpage, I think that you are doing what you want. You're educating the people on what they need to know. And then if you have any questions, if you get people that are asking about that, send them my way, and I'll let them know when the Port Commission meetings are. I'll let them know when all the different meetings are so that they can attend those meetings and have it'll strengthen their hand.
So one other suggestion as well is refer them to the treasurer's website, because literally they can look up their individual properties and look at every little area that they pay money into and where it goes. I mean, it's all listed right there. So they can see exactly how much goes to the port, the local schools, the cities, everything.
Real estate excise tax. I don't know that you couldn't, I just know that that's where, can you move the 0.09 funds into the, out of,
Our lobbying efforts. Right now, we have,
professional services and put it,
can we take .09 funds and pay for lobbying efforts? Right now, that,
oh, no. I'm pretty.
.09 funds are just economic development.
a portion of it should be able to be, because lobbying efforts are, in many cases, you're lobbying for roads and for different things like that, which is economic development.
Right, but you're hiring a contractor, so it's a professional.
Okay, I understand.
You'll get hit with findings on that one. In fact, I can raise my hand and say we did that in Perry County and I got hit with findings on that.
This is why we have the conversation, right?
Jeff and Ryan, yeah. I found that some of your biggest and most grand failures sets you up for some of your best opportunities.
As long as you don't repeat,
That's right.
good.
So that was the deal there.
Live
No,
and learn.
really, what I think we're looking for, I really do. I believe that we're down. I know that there might be a discrepancy here on like how much, but I think we're in the area of 5 to 525,000 that you've cut just with what you've talked about today. We're still about 300 short. That's about 3 positions. Add up salaries and benefits. Gentlemen, Mike, for Tim and I to do a little bit more work together on this.
Yes.
Continue this meeting until tomorrow. In the meantime, we'll try getting a hold of Commissioner Mullen and seeing if we can have him here today. And then if there's any other things that you all think that I need to be looking on or looking at.
I've been through
John,
this.
I'd include you in this too. 24/7, get a hold of me.
I've been looking through this most of the day, and for the likes of me, I can't find anything else anywhere else. Positions would be the only place I could see us doing it, but what department? Key.
Yeah, and you're looking at $300,000 out of a,
50 million.
let's call 400,000 out of, percentage decrease if you had to go like across the board, even though nobody likes to do that. I don't think that it would be one that would kill most offices, and if we sell some of the properties that we're thinking that we might be able to, tax comes in higher than we think that it might, which if it happened, it happens, then you can always, amend the budget and put it back in there, put things back in and raise the, so I would be very conservative in how you went about this. The next thing that I would ask, I think there's a couple things that we need to ask our attorneys. One would be for potential actions.
Okay? So,
And then I think that we should really,
and can we can have an executive session in this meeting?
yeah, this has been,
Okay, good, good,
Yes.
good. So we're just waiting for legal here. And we don't have any court today, so nobody's in the PA's office, or? I said, we don't have court today, so they're not tied up in courts. Is there anybody even in the PA's office today?
yeah, Mackenzie was here today, we spoke at a great length. A couple of the other department heads, in fact, you know, while we wait for Mackenzie here, I don't know if you gentlemen would be kosher. I could use another 6 minutes. I need to go talk to a department head.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recess until 2:20.
We'll go into recess. We'll be back out at 2:20.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be right back.
Okay, good luck. You need backup? Okay, we are back from recess, and at this time, I'll reconvene the budget hearing. And I believe, is there any good news out there? We recessed for you, Mr. Danzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, while we were in the middle of the meeting, I had division leaders reach out to me and say that they could pitch in and help out wherever necessary. And I think that's probably all I'd like to say for right now. But yeah, there's it's pretty cool, actually. There's a lot of people that are reaching out saying whatever we can do to help out. And so I went and wanted to make sure that I had understood correctly. I did, and I think it gets us a little bit closer to getting to where we need to be balanced.
Excellent, thank you. I recognize Mr. Rosanov. He's up
So,
to,
Mr. Commissioner, actually, during that period of time, I've been able to confer with Tim Anderson with the auditor's office, something that I've been working on, knowing that we're going to be in these tough times. And I actually have been able to locate to where we can reduce my budget request by about $90,000 on a position. I don't want to say we want to eliminate this position because it's a person that's going to be filling one of two, and I need the flexibility there, but it's going to be 90,000 plus that can be returned back into the budget off of my budget request. So that'll put you a little bit closer, and I would encourage everybody to really look at their budgets tightly. This is something I've been looking at for the last month. I just needed to confirm some final numbers.
I want to say thank you. Thank you. And
About $112,000 away from meeting our obligation.
okay.
That tells me that we're about $112,000 away from meeting our obligation.
Hold up, Mike. You just go ahead and announce that.
So we were at 812, 813. We got 100 from IS, got 90 from the assessor. That's quite a bit off of 812.
No, he's talking
Where was
about-
the 500? You're talking the 500 you were saying we'll get from corrections?
No, PA.
PA.
I think 400. So it wasn't just IS. There was a whole host of people that sent me messages that I need to go circle back up with and meet around with. But the 400,000 is what I figured on attrition if we had 4 people walk and not replace them out of corrections. Retire, transfer, move on.
So at this point in time in the day, things are moving in our favor. Should we recess till tomorrow at 9 o'clock and see what transpires until then, and maybe we can hone in on a balanced budget?
As long as you sign this and get this to John.
Oh, we got to have that motion.
Yeah.
Is PA's office still on the way?
I have gotten hold of the PA's office, but they were in the middle of something as well. Let me see if I got anything
So
back.
I got it. John said the Department of Revenue said we could adjust these numbers. I think we need to test the waters. And nobody's ever done this. But I'm looking over the port's budget here on their own paperwork that they sent us, and currently what they have cash year on hand in the port and the airport, and then what they are expected revenues for the year end and their expenses, they're going to be in the plus a bunch of money.
Yeah, I know.
And again, Commissioner, I would only caution you that that's not legal advice. That's just what the Department of Revenue said that I can accept from you folks. I can't give you legal advice or
No,
tell you-
no. I know
Yeah.
that, but they said that we could adjust them up. Now, nobody's ever done this.
That is what I've been told is.
And how do
it's
we
there, But
know?
it's never been done. So-
And we're going to ask legal. Are they the gold standard for decision making? Because the only way to test this water is to maybe test the water.
We can yes, you're right on that. The only way to test the water is to test the water, that's for sure.
Unless you put your foot in, you never know
That's
what's going to
right.
happen. You don't know the
That's right.
temp.
Boiling and you stick your toe in.
Now, the
Yeah,
only thing we could be looking at is legal fees
a lot of them.
if we were challenged.
Yeah. They're going to challenge us. If we reduce something that they sent to us by some, like quite a bit of money, there, I can just guarantee, that's why I would like to do this in an executive session with our, so maybe the flavor of the day is, before we get too out over our skis, we recess until tomorrow, and then we have an executive session tomorrow to discuss.
With legal,
Yeah.
because I'm a little,
Today, not tomorrow.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, we can't. Yeah.
and we've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah,
I got a question. Who's in the PA's office today? Besides one person? Just one person?
Commissioner, I don't know, because I've been in the commissioner's office and then in here.
I know you don't know, and I'm just posing
So-
the question. I wasn't asking you.
So,
May I make a suggestion that I go print the letter that I have from the Department of Revenue and furnish you folks with it?
Oh, I love it.
pretty
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I think that'd be
Please.
I will go do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
great. Yeah.
So we've heard from the assessor's office, the auditor's office, from IS, from corrections. I'd like to, I know that you have plenty to do, but ask that you talk to, the ones that have not,
Responded.
so,
Certainly. Yeah, I can just answer you proactively. Absolutely. Here's my only ask of you gentlemen, is if I could get out of my agenda meeting that I have with each of you individually tomorrow to be able to pull this off.
yeah,
Would that be
That
okay?
is
definitely.
fine with me. And do we have an agenda that I can get before I leave today?
Yes.
So
Thank you.
I'd like to see you talk to the clerk's office, the Superior Court. The Superior Court is a very large number. Clerk's office is a large number. So Superior Court's 1.277 million in salary and benefits. Could you tell us what that is in the clerk's office? Just the salary and benefits line.
In the clerks, they have like 12 or I think like 9 LFO clerks or different clerk positions. Then there's like 3 supervisory positions. They have the actual clerk, and then there's
So aside from the clerk, there's 12 positions?
no, there'd be probably 14, 15 other positions, I think.
Can you tell us what that
15 positions total, it looks like, in clerks.
and what's the salary and benefits? What's that number? That is a long spreadsheet.
1,491,000.
Thank you. It's not all departments are created equal. You know, in our coroner's office, there's two people in that. So it's a whole different conversation to have when there's 2 people in a department versus when there's numerous. Talk to IS. So we have not identified any from the PA's office. So the PA's office,
IS wasn't specific. IS was just anything we can do to help out. You know, it was just anything we can do to help out. And then there was a couple other departments that have reached out that are anything, same thing, kind of the same sentiment. I think everybody was pretty perplexed by the $700,000 increase to liability insurance. They didn't see it. Nobody saw that coming.
yeah, I agree. What has happened and what has caused that is juries and judges have been the award of penalties over the last 4 or 5 years has risen exponentially. So the payouts, so to speak, in lawsuits or risk that a county faces is where those exponential increases have come from. So, if my calculator serves me properly, and I am not an attorney, but the PA's office from 2024 rose over 12% to 2025, and the ask is more than 4.5% for 26. And so I'd like to ask that you talk to them and ask them if there's ways, there's a place there that we can get some. The sheriff's office is a very, very large salary and wages is $3.5 million there. And there's other areas that's if memory serves me correct, that's a roughly $7 million budget. Would like to ask them if there's any ways to help bridge this gap. We've talked about attrition from corrections.
Specifically says in here that they interpret them to say the county legislating authority is the entity making the property tax levy on behalf of the districts located in the county.
And please read, our request to them was real simple. That's on page 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can you provide that interpretation?
So when did you send that to him? Today?
September.
Oh, in September.
Well, I requested it, they responded back to us September 2nd. I requested it in late August.
So you must have anticipated this.
I'm trying to stay ahead of the game a little bit, Commissioner.
I think you are. I think you might know the rabble-rousers that you're facing as commissioners in Franklin County.
I just might.
You're not a rabble-rouser, come on.
I got to hold the reins, but it's hard to hold this horse back. It wants to ride.
Truly, I'm trying to serve the county taxpayers, truly.
They're hurting. I'm hearing it from them. They're hurting bad. They cite these RCWs.
Again, not my legal opinion. I'm just the messenger.
That's helpful, though. Thank you for that.
I don't think you can do it, Jim. I know that this is very, very, I think the first thing is that I think you're gonna be in you'll have a legal challenge, unfortunately. The second thing is, I really believe that the way that that's set up is that if you have a problem with the port and their budget, then go to the Ports Commission meetings and talk about what they're doing at the Port Commission meetings. And then I think what you're gonna see is if we run this down, it'll be a legal battle, a legal fight that we're gonna have again. And just how often you wanna do that. And on something that I think we're gonna lose on.
Another office is to ask if there's any ability as the treasurers. HR. How about, will you reach out to the non-governmental and see if they've got anything there? Sorry. I'm trying to follow Tim's footsteps and provide a little levity here.
Yes, I will, Commissioner.
Well, hearing from our former state senator, I don't think we're going to see legal today, to tell you the truth, which is very disturbing in itself.
See what?
legal today, which is very disturbing when you need legal and they can't provide our questions with answers. I'm concerned.
I talked with Jeff. I think he just needed a little bit of time to also to look into the matter.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Bauman then just makes a good point, which is that it's midnight tonight.
Yeah,
We have to have this by.
we have to have it done.
This is probably a rhetorical question. The consequences if we don't by midnight tonight, then what happens?
There we go. He's coming to the mic.
Then all of those dollars that all of the taxing districts have requested that were not voted in or state, i.e. schools and that, they get no tax dollars.
So
Zero.
So by not taking action, the default action is zero.
Zero for all of them.
For the year.
Correct. The 15 million to Pasco and the 4 million to the port and the others, yes. Now, that does not affect your budget, commissioners, because you have till the 15th to get your budget request and certification into my office. But it ties my hands from what we legally can do, and I'm sure would push that into some court action, I'm sure, just to let you know. But until a judge would rule on that, I would not be able to levy anything on it.
So is Mr. Sant not available today?
Between Teresa and myself, we've reached out to every person. And so I believe, again, Mr. Briggs is available. I think he's looking into this right now, knowing that there's a midnight deadline. But if you wanted to continue or recess for a little bit of time, take a break for a little bit of time, it might give me more time to be able to go make phone calls and just try to see if anything's been,
Mr. Chairman, any opposition to recessing until 3?
Yes, but I think we're going to have to recess till 3.
Yeah. Okay, whatever you want to do. I'm
We'll
good.
recess till 3.
All right.
ask our probaters, how many gallons do we buy for them? And they can,
All righty, we are back from recess. It is 3 o'clock. We're going to reconvene the meeting, and I see we have our legal in the room, so maybe we can get an answer on our question. Yes, Mr. Danzel.
I would recommend that the commissioners enter into an executive session for potential litigation, and all the people that are currently in the room stay in the room.
Okay. So at this point in time, we'll go into executive session at 3 o'clock. And how long do you think we should be in executive session?
Shouldn't be any longer than 15 minutes.
So we'll
so
come
Mr.
out.
Chairman, I move that we go into executive session under RCW 4231.10(1)(I) for 15 minutes with the council, our auditor's office, our assessor, clerk of the board, the county commissioners, and our administrator.
At this time, we'll recess into executive. We'll be out at 3:15.
Nice job, Mackenzie. Kick it.
Okay, we've come out of executive session. We're back to regular session in our budget hearing, and I'm looking for a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure exactly what this motion should look like. However, I would move that this board approve the 2026 taxes levied by the taxing district boards to include, I don't know if it's necessary, but I'll just read through them. Cemetery District 1, Cemetery District 2, City of Connell, City of Colotus, City of Mesa, City of Pasco, Fire Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Port of Colotus, Port of Pasco, Public Hospital District Number 1, Educational Services District Number 123.
I second. But the Port of Colotus has asked for no taxing authority. It's 0. So, and the Star School District, again, refuses to tax their constituents. So there's been a motion, a second, for the approval of the 2026 taxes levied by the taxing districts boards. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There we go. It's passed. And with that, do we need any more discussion on the budget today, or are we going to reconvene at 9 in the morning?
That's what I would do. That's my recommendation.
Okay. So at this time, I will recess the taxing, or our budget hearing until tomorrow at 9.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for the information. And congratulations. All right, I'll be back at 9.